Howdy doody, y'all. How you guys doing today? Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Today's going to be a good one. I'm going to review Stephen Woodford, who also goes by Rationality Rules. He's doing a little debate with Glen Scrivener. Never really heard of him. Seems a bit of a limp wrist, but we'll see how he does. The topic is, does religion poison everything? Which obviously is clickbaity, but I think Stephen Woodford actually means it when he says this. This is a common rhetorical device used by Dawkins and the rest of these soulless sacks. As you see above me visually, you see a goal here, the Orthodox sticker pack. We're halfway to the goal, so I'm going to have that up, running. I might take it down and habitually update it like that. So if you guys want the sticker pack, I'm going to be habitually showing you this and getting you guys to order it, because we're about to hit the print button. So we want to make sure anyone who wanted a sticker pack, we make enough for people who want them, and perhaps some latecomers, they want them too. So be sure to go over to madebyjimbob.com and get yourself an Ortho sticker pack, okay? All right. We're going to get right into it. We're going to listen to another British person with tight pants tell us why religion poisons things. Are you guys ready? You guys ready to get lectured? Tomorrow, yeah, someone mentioned Peugeot, Jonathan Peugeot and the Folly guy. They had a conversation or a debate or pseudo whatever. Drop a link. Yeah, where are my mods at? Where's the sticker pack link? Someone help me out, yo. Yeah, I'm gonna be reviewing that tomorrow. I was torn between that and Jay talked with Stephen Molyneux. Stephen Molyneux is so boring. He's so boring. Well, let me get rid of Destiny. I don't want to see his head. Let's get rid of that. No more Destiny face. It was enough. Enough is enough. Man, I get so much rage when I see that guy talking. Destiny, I'm just like, oh boy. I'll wait one more time. Oh, yeah, that's probably this one. Okay. All right. All right, thanks for that big 20 right there, Joey. Appreciate you kicking it off with a big 20. Yes, everyone order your sticker pack. They're really cool. Yeah, they're pinned. Megbob pinned it up there, so get your sticker packs, y'all. Let's see if we can get that goal up there so that we can hit the print button, get you guys your stickers. All right, let's get these guys on the screen. All right. Again, this is Stephen Woodford. You guys might recognize him. He's one of those OG YouTuber atheists. I think he's probably seeing that the debate world, people are paying some attention to it, whether it's, crazy debates or not so crazy debates. Blood sport or not, people are watching long-form debate discussions now, and so he's probably getting in on it. Thank you, Unhip Bone. Thank you. Pay your taxes often. Yes, pay your taxes, people. It's the best way to keep the best channel on YouTube around. All right, let's get this party started, okay? Super Jets. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right.
Is kind of an ode to Hitchens.
There's one.
It's a question. I usually like to do these discussions in the form of a question. And the question today is, does religion poison everything? Please welcome to the stage Glen Scrivener and Stephen Woodford.
Yes! Yeah. Dude, I'm pumped. Pumped. Excuse the cha-chings. No, that wasn't a reference to Asians.
We're in your home turf here, aren't we, Glen?
This is a home
Bippity boppity boo.
game for me. You're in a...
I feel bad for British people. Like, you're automatically, yeah, you kind of look like sort of like higher class and like you sound like smarter. But people immediately write you off as a weakling, though. There's no way around it. Every British person has the fragility of Hugh Grant. It's impossible to avoid. There's no way you can get around it. It's like the only British person I've ever seen with any sort of masculine characteristics was the king in Braveheart. And he was sick.
away soil here. Yeah.
All right, so first of all, I want to say thank you all for turning up. Not just everyone here, but everyone that's watching online. We really appreciate you. Without you, conversations like this are just not possible. So I'm sure Glen echoes the sentiment when I begin by saying thanks. Really appreciate it.
That's not even true. You guys could just talk on the phone and put it up on YouTube. Like, you could literally call each other. Like, way to start off with a lie. Conversations were possible before YouTube, dude. What are you talking about?
Appreciate it. So we're going to discuss today the
Yeah,
proposition
exactly.
that religion poisons everything. And it's from the great works, or inspired by the great works, of Christopher Hitchens. You've
Oh, that's who it is. Christopher Hitchens, yeah. Okay.
probably heard of him. I am going to argue the affirmative of religion poisons everything, and I'm going to give you an argument for it. And Glen is going to argue
You think Stephen Woodford ever sat on Christopher Hitchens' lap?
against it, and we're going to see what he has to say. And to begin, what I want to do is to get you to picture something in your mind, and to keep this in your mind for the rest of the debate. Picture an old village, and in the center of this village is a well. And within that well is everything that makes us human. We're talking of our decency, our love, our compassion, our hope. That's all in the well, and it's all human, it's all ours. And then, once upon a time, a religious community comes along, and they take over the village, and they approach the well, and they tip something in. They tip in their doctrines, they tip in their dogma.
Stephen, before you get into this, I just wanted to know why you dress like Amelia Earhart.
They tip in their revelations. And then the water changes. Now, the water still quenches your thirst, it still sustains life, but now in every cup, there is something extra. Centuries pass, and then something extraordinary happens. The religious people that tip down their substance in that
Not a single argument, just a story.
well, they start claiming that the water is theirs. They say that without them, there would be no water. In fact, they get so bold as to claim that it was their ancestors alone that built the well. They are the reason that the society is sustained. This is nonsense. It's a fiction. It's a lie. The well was always human. The well was always ours. As Christopher Hitchens himself put it, human decency is not derived from religion. It precedes it.
Really? Yeah, based on what? These boots, dude.
But, as many of you will know, indoctrination is, shall we say, a hell of a drug. And so, not only the religious in the community, but also many people that are not religious become convinced that without the contagion, we die. That if there was no faith, then there would be no hope. That if there was no church, there would be no community. If there was no God, there would be no love, no meaning, no reason to go on living. And the poison runs deeper still. Think of the gay teenager. Comes out to his parents, comes out to his church, his community.
Mommy, Daddy, I like buttholes.
What happens? He gets told that he's a fag and he can get out, kicked out the house, removed from the community. And he's done so explicitly in reference to Leviticus.
Well, actually, you could develop stigma around homosexuality without a religion. You could take a Darwinian approach, dingbat. You could take a strict Darwinian evolutionary approach, Mr. Stephen Woodford, and you could definitely create a secular society where they explicitly forbid homosexuality from a purely health, scientific, empirical, reproductive position. Okay?
Jim Bob, half poison Justin. I will start
Poison-
this
half
debate
poison.
about religion poisoning everything. As an atheist who is against poisoning, by literally poisoning the well of religion. Buy a sticker pack, you fat queefs.
That, yes, absolutely. Thank you, half poisoned Justin. Okay, so that's always the question of these people. They speak as though they're in some group that's completely neutral and that they're incapable of adopting something they disagree with. Well, that's silly because the question of Stephen Woodford, obviously the guy you're debating is not going to ask this tough question, is a simple question. And it's a question that one Andrew Wilson asked Matt Dillahunty before he got up and ran from Andrew Wilson, which is, let's say a secular society, totally atheist, decides, we don't like them gays. we don't like them gays. What happens then, Stephen Woodford? What do you do? How could you say they're wrong? They write it down. They declare it on a new document. They say this culture and society is against that. They take an approach where it's just not advantageous. It doesn't serve the proliferation, the securing of humanity and its future. They just say that, arbitrarily. They don't need to ground it, from your view either. So it's like, what's the problem? What are you going to say, Stephen? Nothing. You're going to say nothing. Bro thinks pre-Christian pagans wouldn't call him. Yeah, exactly. They would probably sacrifice him to some god for being one. Atheists are actually delusional to presuppose modern morals to pagans. Yeah. They know they're done for. They don't really have any place to stand. That's why they only have rhetoric. Poison the well. What do you see? The irony of this guy saying religion poisons the well, essentially, while he poisons the well in his openings.
This is a doctrine. This is the religion. This is the poison that I'm talking about. Likewise, think of the bright young woman who is capable of leading with charisma, capable of making her community move forward.
Move forward.
Is she brilliant? Yeah, but,
Forward?
She should probably be silent in church, not speak over men, and she should answer to her husband.
And you have any reason to go against that, arbitrary man?
And the explicit reference for this is Timothy and Ephesians. It's been done for the better part of 2,000 years. Again, look at that, the dogma.
Oh.
Then you have the child who is born, and we hold them up, and we...
Imagine criticizing a group of people for holding dogma when you actually believe there's such a thing called purity. Because poison, if you say poison everything, you're actually supposing that there's some pureness there's some purity to be poisoned, right? You can't actually poison something from a secular view because there's nothing pure. There's nothing pure to poison, Stephen.
We think this is an innocent life, precious, incredible, except not really. The truth is they deserve eternal torment. Not because they're wicked, but because her great-great-great-great-great-grandmother took an apple from a tree. This is reference to original sin.
Wow. That's actually not even... Man, he doesn't... There's so much to say about that one, but
These are not failures of religion. This is the doctrines, the dogma, and the revelations working exactly as intended. So keep that well in your head for the rest of the debate. What I want to do now is...
I would love if you provided an argument, dum-dum. How about an argument?
I want to do my...
You think you could just come in a fake leather coat with fur and be like, I've got my tight pants tucked into my boots. I really think that religion is poison.
my esteemed colleague a favor. I want to explain
You're such a dum-dum.
what I'm not saying when I say that religion poisons everything, because ever since Christopher first wrote this book, all the way through his debates, it was grossly misrepresented. I understand why. It's easier to attack. I'm not saying that religion can't do good. I'm not saying that religious people...
No, you can't say that either, even if I agreed with you. It's actually you, sir, who can't say religion can do good. You can't say religion does bad. You can't say religion does good. You can't say religion is poison. You can't say religion is pure. You got nothing, little hands. Nothing. I see those hands. I know what's going on with you.
People can't do good. Of course they can. I'm not saying that everything that religion touches turns to ash. Not even close.
385 in the chat, only 70 likes. That's how many people hate me, Meg Bob.
And I'm not saying that every religious person, when they clasp their hands in prayer, that they're doing so for selfish reasons or for malice.
Oh,
That's
gosh.
not the case. That would
This is psychological analysis, bro.
be a silly proposition. And I'm sure we can agree that whatever Christopher Hitchens was, he wasn't silly.
What? Dude, what's with the simping? This dude have some of Christopher Hitchens' ashes? Does he put some of his ashes in his shampoo bottle and cleanses himself every morning with a little bit of Christopher Hitchens dust?
Hitchens was actually very clear. He said that religion cannot do something uniquely good without introducing something bad. That is, religion cannot do something uniquely good without introducing something bad. A simple claim. Turns out that there is a
Seriously,
very
I'll
easy
fight
way
this guy.
to test this. It's a fallow. You can actually test the theory with what I would call a trinity of hurdles, and here they are. All Glen needs to do is to name a religious action taken or a religious principle held that comes clean and it's unique. And it needs to go over these hurdles. Number one, it needs to be genuinely good. Glen will...
You don't have a genuine goodness, dude. How are you gonna measure the standard, puffy coat? That's so funny. Like his criterion he's listing doesn't exist. There's nothing called objectively good. So he's like, you need to provide how a religious act can be objectively good. Like Christopher Hitchens used to ask this question. He used to say, show me one act that a religious person can do that an atheist can't do. And you're like, pray to God? Pray to God.
will
Convert someone.
easily go over this hurdle every single time, because religion is associated with good things. Charity, community,
Why are those good things? What are you talking about, dude?
etc. The second hurdle is
guy
that he needs to
sucks.
show that it requires religion. That is to say that there is no secular
I hope this guy gets like sort of ushered into the hardcore debate sphere. I hope he gets elevated. I hope this guy shows up on these big channels or whatever. Oh, I would love that.
equivalent. You couldn't achieve it without religion. I think he's going to struggle on this front. And the third is to show that it comes clean. That is, no conditions, no threats. So the charity needs to come without the implicit assumption or goal of conversion.
Why? Who's making these rules, Amelia Earhart? What are you talking about?
Well, I've developed a set of arbitrary rules for this. I have no standard for the rules. I can't justify the rules. I'm just going to make them up.
The community needs to come without conformity. The hope needs.
This is so low tier, dude. I can't believe this is like, this has been the atheist hero for so long. This is the worst.
To come without hell. My prophecy for this debate is that Glen will cover the first hurdle every single time, no worries. I do not.
Glen's probably going to fall for it, unfortunately. I mean, I'm just judging from the outset what Glen looks like. You know, he looks like someone who eats a hard-boiled egg with a tiny baby spoon. I would just go after this guy and be like, you listed some weird criteria. You know, where did you get those from? And why should we listen to you? At all, Amelia. Always with these guys, it's subjective, good and bad, and then the straw man Christian position with an arbitrary mix of prod and Catholic theology. Absolutely. And you can't even blame them. I mean, let's face it. Most people, especially in the West, are completely ignorant to orthodoxy. That's just the reality. Not so much anymore, God willing. One great thing about the internet in the sea of horrible things is that it gave a lot of people their first-time access to orthodoxy.
I do not believe that he will cover all three even once.
Yeah, so dude, he looks like the back seat in an Eddie Bauer edition Bronco.
But notice, even if he were able to achieve this, he needs to do it again and again and again. Because to
Why?
show that just one cup from a well is clean does not mean that we would get our children to feed from that well.
Wow, this guy sucks.
So, with that, that's my position.
That's your position? Not a single argument. What are you doing? It was like a bad children's story.
Now, once upon a time was a village, and the village had a clean well. And then the bad religion people put the stuff in the water. And therefore, my opponent has to hurdle my arbitrary goals. I've got rules. And therefore, yep, I'm still wearing the coat. I'm 14 and this is deep.
And I will give the floor to Glen.
Oof.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Boo! Rubbish! Filth!
That's great. I like a challenge. Thank you. Good. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. I am Glen. I'm Emma's husband. I'm Ruby and JJ's dad. I belong to Jesus. And that might make you think that I'm going to be pro-religion. I think a lot of what we talk about now will be, what do we even mean when we say religion? I often think back to, in the Bible, you've got Genesis chapter 11. One of the foundational texts in Scripture is the Tower of Babel, and there you've got humans who are trying to make a name for themselves, building towards heaven. And it is
Bro, what is wrong with you? I was about to get that haircut this week, and now I'm not going to do it. What are you doing, man? He literally just gave you a layup, dude. He gave you a softball, Glen. You know, sometimes in a debate, everything you thought you were going to say in your opener, sometimes you just need to shelf it, given what the other person says. Stephen Woodford is on the defense, Glen, whoever you are. Anyone know who this guy is? Stephen Woodford is in a terrible position right now. All you had to do, Glen, Scrivener,
cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
is sharpen your teeth. That's it. During his opener, you just had to sharpen your teeth, file them, and then just bite them. Boo!
very calamitous and poisonous vision of what religion actually is, and it's juxtaposed with Genesis chapter 12. Abraham is plucked from pagan...
You're gonna preach now? There we go. Got another sticker pack. We're shooting for that 50, y'all, before we hit the print button. Make sure you get yours. Secure yours today. And by the way, you should get 2 because one pack you're going to want to use and another pack you're probably want to save.
And given the blessing.
Yeah, I would have said that, Funder. I would have said,
Oh, interesting. We both have the same accent. Similar. From different places. You're from Yorkshire and I'm from Denishire.
he could have just said, hey, well, yeah, does religion poison everything? My opponent here, Stephen Woodford, I thought he was going to give a lot more than this. Terrible. Not a single argument in his opener. Not a single instance where he thinks religion poisons anything, and no standard. Isn't the most important thing when you affirm religion poisons everything is to have a standard for what is poisoned, the purity of what's poisoned? What can possibly be inverted? What can be counterfeited? What can be perverted? What can it be, right? You can't have a perversion from an atheist view. There's no such thing, as we've seen from their current behaviors that they support today. There's no such thing as perversion. Glen, what the hell?
Of God that he might pass those blessings on to the nations. It's the difference between an up and in kind of religion and a down and out movement of blessing. And the rest of the Old Testament, I think, puts a question mark over the goodness of religion, in fact. So...
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. What are you talking about? Gosh, he's such a cuck.
I totally understand you in the audience. Oh, you get the ick factor from the Old Testament. We have got to deal with it. I feel icky too. Don't worry, I'm with you. I understand. I understand your hesitancy. I know. It's very icky.
Hey, Jim Bob, can you react to On Christian Anti-Darwinism by Yeah, I could do that after this. I'm sure we'll get through this maybe quite quickly, and it'll end in me throwing a chair or breaking a door. Speaking of, shout out to Tony. I hope you're doing better, buddy. Your little 5-minute stream made me laugh last night. There you go, 31. You got 19 more.
The king is kept out of the temple, and kings are not priests. And prophets come along to speak truth to power. There's a profound question mark put over religion in the abstract in the Old Testament, to the point where the temple is destroyed, and God says, I did it. I did it because I hate your sacred assemblies. I did it because those who say I am holier than thou are a smoke in my nostrils, right? If you've ever hated the holier than thou crowd, you are very godly in that.
Oh, gosh. Oh, God, here we go. Another guy who probably supports trans kids. Like calling out perversion and upside downness and evil and lies is holier than thou. Let me guess. When you call out evil, you're being holier than thou, right? Okay.
And God actually destroys the temple, and Israel are in the wilderness for many, many years. And then...
This dude definitely rides a tandem bike with his wife.
And so the story goes.
It's impossible. They don't even have 2 bikes. It's one bike. She's in front. She's steering. For as much as seculars complain about debating morality is a red herring, you think they'd stop with their bad is bad argument. Yeah, you'd think, right? Yep.
God shows up, and he goes to the temple, and he moves around the furniture.
Yeah, this is like British Wes Huff.
And he is such a threat to the religion of his day that he is declared to be a blasphemer, and he is silenced. He is a victim of religious violence.
What kind of story is this, dude? You can completely obliterate your opponent right now.
He's like, well, I want to tell a big story. I'm going to tell a little bit of a story. I'm going to tell a little bit of a story to everybody. Hope everyone's tummies are filled. There's some water over there if you're feeling bad.
And at the center of the Christian faith is a cross, the symbol of religious exclusion, the symbol of someone being executed as a blasphemer. That's a profound thing and a deep thing. And I think Christians have an interesting relationship to religion. I describe my relationship to religion a little bit like the woman who is always dead against the institution of marriage. And maybe she's got like a TikTok account and she's constantly like ranting at the screen, telling you why she hates this awful, outdated, outmoded thing called marriage. And then she posts pictures of her engagement. And then she gets married. And you start to ask the question, well, why? Does she now believe in marriage?
It's mean.
And no, she doesn't believe in marriage now. She believes in him, right? And he has converted her. She's met a guy. And for me, I'm a Christian, and I've met a guy. I don't warm to the...
Yeah, dude, when Stephen Woodford is more palatable than you are, Glenn, that's a problem.
Idea of institutional religion. I don't know many Christians who do warm to the notion of institutional religion. I don't know many Christians who warm to merely the idea of some kind of God.
What? You don't know many Christians? Like, what's the term institution, right? I mean, are we equivocating? When Christ established a church and a great commission to spread and multiply that church and its teachings, is that an institution? If so, you better warm up to it.
But we've met a guy, right? And he's converted us. And
what are you even talking about, dude?
In alongside that union with Jesus comes an institution. And this institution, interestingly, in the early days was thought of as atheistic. So the early church, what you would do in order to worship was not what the Romans would do. You would not go and burn incense to Jupiter. You would actually meet with one another around a table. There's a table here. Do this in remembrance of me, says Jesus. And this is the...
No. He's actually... Dude, this guy is such a lunatic. He's telling a story as if lay people, sat around and they were the ones, orchestrating the what would then be the continued practice of liturgical practices. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. The continuation of liturgical practices leading up to the destruction of the temple and continuing forward, visually, movement-wise, visually, what it looks like, a fly on the wall, is a continuation. This guy sucks.
Community that Jesus kind of established after...
Oh, yeah, it's a hippie community, right? Yeah, Jesus established just a hippie community that was against all the rules, And it was just a wild time. It was just Burning Man.
His death, in which there are no images of God except those people sitting around that table, right?
Excuse me? There's no images. Christ is the image of God. There's no images of God?
They are images of God. Page 1 of this Bible
yes, we're all, yes.
says that we are divine images. And therefore, in Jesus' frame, how do you serve God?
Dude, is this guy a pseudo-preacher? Who is this guy? And why did Pangburn, it must be a British thing, Pangburn put these two guys together? I mean, who is this guy? Wes Huff would be 100 times better right now. This is horrible, man. This is horrifying.
Well, you don't burn an incense, a piece of incense to...
Yes, an Orthodox sticker pack. Yes, like this. Check it out. Check it out. See? See? Check it out. Check it out. Pretty sweet, huh? Pretty dang sweet, huh? Hey, thanks, Vagine. Every time Vagine sends over a $5, there's 25 people in her city that can't wipe today.
Jupiter, right, or Mars. You don't burn a bit of incense. You serve the image of God in your neighbor. And out of that religious impulse, which is more the Genesis 12 Abraham kind of religious impulse than the Babel kind of impulse, out of that impulse was birthed the most incredible compassion revolution that the world has ever seen. They fed the hungry, and they clothed the poor, and they visited the stranger, and they welcomed the outsider. And they did it in the name of Jesus because they were serving God by serving their neighbor. It birthed an incredible compassion revolution in which Christians stood against infanticide and instead took...
Very questionable. His name's Scrivener, and trying to identify Christianity, the movement from early Judaism into New Testament Christianity, as a revolution. Could you pretty please dunk on Reverend, quote, Benjamin Kremer, progressive prot, decent following? Yeah, I could take a look. Those guys are so many of them. So many of them.
The exposed infants and raised them, pioneering a new way of orphan care. I think that's an extraordinary good that uniquely Christianity brought to the world. I think the abolition of infanticide, the abolition of the gladiatorial games, the abolition of pederasty, adult-child sexual contact.
Banish the Angloid. Yeah.
Banish this Angloid to the woods.
This guy is the worst.
Contact that was meant to mature young people. It was practiced pretty universally in the ancient world. It was thought of as child abuse by Christians and Jews. They stood against it. They legislated against it when they had the chance. They brought about these real senses of progress. And we could keep going in terms of Christian history. I do think that the Christian movement, whether you want to call it a religion or not, the Christian movement has been an extraordinary source of blessing in this world and has brought about the greatest amount of human flourishing.
This is why evidentialism, classical foundationalism fails. Every time. This is why. Because instead of going, wait a second, without an absolute standard, how could you possibly say anything got poisoned? Now, you can argue from the atheist, secularist position, as you've seen, Andrew does this all the time. Instead of going to tag and a meta, you just grant them their standard, and you realize that from even their standard, that Christianity does it better than them by their own standard. But this guy's going to go neither. Terrible. It's a totally wasted. That's what's so questionable about these little platforms. They organize these debates, like Destiny and the other dude is a perfect example as well. Is that the same channel, by the way? That matchup is just this false dialectic, and then this one is another false dialectic. Just like evidentialism, utilitarianism versus utilitarianism. You could still win the debate, but it's so low tier philosophically because they just are like, oh yeah, dude, it's the guy who's affirming. Does religion poison everything? He's affirming yes. You got to grill him on it, dude. Woodford provides a worse version of Aleister Crowley, McIntyre's story about modernity that describes exactly what scientism did. Yeah. Yep.
It is an extraordinary movement of down and out grace, but not of up and in religious posturing. The church has often been guilty of the up and in religious posturing. It has often been guilty of terrible crimes.
This is like white guilt, but with religion. This guy's such a weakling, dude.
I own up to it. The church has done terrible things, but we can do better. I mostly agree with my opponent.
Sins, we would say, which are even worse than crimes on the Christian understanding. We can think of inquisitions, we can think of crusades, we can think of...
Inquisitions? What do you... Oh my gosh, wow, dude. Wow. I'm not even Catholic. But a movement against heresy is a sin now? This guy, man. This guy. My favorite part of the New Testament is when they all put on tie-dye shirts, raise a fist high in the sky, and start a revolution. Is it true that Jesus actually invented those Lenin glasses?
Child sexual abuse scandals within the church that are egregious. But what I would say about all those things is, let's have a problem with religious violence. Let's have a problem with child sexual abuse.
Sorry, if you make child sexual abuse illegal and you put someone in jail, that is religious violence. Total contradiction there, Scrivener. You yapper, you yapster.
And Christianity gives you a problem with these things. It is a stain on the conscience of the church. When these things happen outside the church, and they do all the time,
Actually, they happen 100 times more. You just lost. You could literally put this on Woodford and say, look at the public education system. Look at the secular institution. If you're gonna do comparative analysis of a scoreboard of diddled children, that's going to be a losing game for the secularist. And yet this guy's already being like, yeah, it's terrible. We do terrible things. Yeah. Blame us. I hate myself. They always talk about the Bible like it came out of a vacuum. Acts says worship means sitting around a table and chatting. Yeah, yeah, dude. Or like it's a bunch of lay people just hanging out in houses with no instruction. They're just figuring it out. They're just sitting around reading the Bible. Random lay people sitting around doing house church.
is that a stain on their consciences? Is there such a thing as conscience? The church...
Debates between atheists and heretics make me sick. It's like the ultimate weapon, isn't it? It really is like the perfect weapon.
at least reserves the right to call those things evil. And then the anti-religious movements that have happened, the movements of people who then say religion poisons everything, I want you to be very suspicious of those movements. You should definitely be suspicious of religious people who say religion permits everything. Oh my goodness, you should be so suspicious of every religious person who says religion permits everything. As Blaise Pascal has said, men never do evil so cheerfully as when they do it from religious conviction. That is a deep evil. Be very suspicious of people who say religion permits everything. Be even more suspicious of anybody who says religion poisons everything. And I think we've got
Not a single argument from either of these dum-dums.
the history behind us. In the name of liberty, equality, and fraternity, there was a reign of terror in which so many perished in executions, so many perished in that terror, 200,000 probably, with 20,000 decapitated, in the name of liberty and equality and fraternity, in the name of a cult of reason. We could go to the Red Terror of Lenin, and then of Stalin, tens of millions perish. We could go to Nazi Germany, bringing in the name not of religion, but in the name of race, a kind of terror that cost the lives, again, of tens of millions. We could go to Mao, and in the name of class, a kind of religious terror that really killed 40 million, perhaps, in the Great Leap Forward. Suspect anybody who tells you that religion permits everything, absolutely. I think Jesus taught us that. But doubly suspect anybody who wants to do away with the sacred, who wants to do away with a religious community that might have qualms with your religious project.
Is this an ad?
There are
Dude, you suck.
Whether or not every other religion is poisonous, right? So take, for example, Islam. Islam has an incredible community-based thing with Ramadan. Ramadan is phenomenal in the sense that it brings the community together, it connects everyone together, it feeds the poor. It's something that is operating strongly in community, strongly in charity. But it doesn't come free, right? It comes with the dogma, the doctrines, the revelations.
Uh-oh, hold on. We got Vagine here.
Hello, Jim Bob.
Hello.
I'm in the UK right now, and it is so nice. I came here with my 8 children, and I have my sacred cow grazing on the streets,
Oh,
and the
nice.
locals just let me.
Oh, that's beautiful.
They even tried some of my special homemade cow patties.
Oh, good.
They keep complaining about being invaded, though. No
Yeah.
idea how that happened.
Yeah, I know. I understand. Yep, keep bringing those patties. Vagine, keep bringing those poop patties.
And so what they do is they teach that a woman's testimony is only worth half that of a man's. So you need to get 2 women in court instead
That's already too much.
of 1 in order to have it go past the line.
Oh, no. Oh, no. What's wrong with that? Hey, Stephen, what's wrong with that?
Well, I just don't like it. It just doesn't feel right to me. Have you guys seen my Amelia Earhart coat? I bought it off of eBay. It's signed by her. Fits like a charm.
They throw gays from their mosque roofs, right? So I'm curious, do you agree that that's poison?
I think there is a truth.
The National Social, they did, some of them did. They perverted it, of course. If you look at, like, Little Mean Mustache Man, Nitty, his account of Christianity was extremely perverse. Did he use the name? Did they use the name to some extent? Yes. But they perverted it, for sure. If you look deeper into, what Little Mean Mustache Man thought and how he accounted for a Christian view, it was completely perverse. Totally inverted.
Above, I think you would say rationality rules. I would say the Greek word for rationality is logos. There is a logos who rules. His name is Jesus. We both have a highest ideal toward which different communities can tend to one degree or another. And I think we actually have very similar instincts on that Muslim community. Our very similar instincts, I would say, are because we've both grown up.
Look, dude, you're so weak, dude. All you have to do is say, why would the worst conception of a Muslim society be wrong? Why is it wrong for the Muslims that are taking over your country, Stephen? How is that wrong from an atheist perspective? If it's so wrong, right? If religion perverts everything, then Stephen should be really right-leaning insofar as immigration. Extremely right-leaning. Thank you, Suzanne, for your late tax. Appreciate you.
Within a Christian-ish society.
Your $5 counts 1/2 of a vote.
But we both have very similar intuitions about what we like about Islam and what we dislike about Islam, because both of us have a highest ideal that is wanting to judge all things by. And your highest ideal is wanting to judge Christianity and find it wanting. My highest ideal is wanting to judge atheism and find it wanting. And, perhaps we can be shoulder to shoulder and look at other communities and say, yes, there is good and bad in them. But then you've got to ask the question, what is it that is judging this good and that bad?
So let's see if we have common ground. Is Islam poisoning in that instance that I gave you?
Had this debate with atheists a million times. They flip out when you bring up the stats and abuse with the public education, and PE is the only place the majority of adults will experience abuse. Yeah, they usually cope and they say, well, the religious people just aren't reporting it, so it's much higher. Even if you granted that, the level of not reporting would have to be so astronomically high for it to match the 100 times the amount of abuse, recorded abuse, inside of the secular atheist academic system. They freak out. And that's when they kick you from TikTok and stuff.
I'm trying to get a definitive answer before we look at grounding it.
That's far too broad a question. Is Islam in general? In what sense?
So they make explicit reference to the Quran, to the Hadith.
Right.
This is how they're justifying throwing people off the roof.
Oh, we can agree with that. Yeah, that's poison.
No. Don't grant him that. Look, dude, it's not about agreement. Dude, Glen. You got him, dude. You got him in a trap, and you're like, no. This is what atheists do. They think if you agree with them, then it's grounded. No. You don't. You don't grant this, dude. Glen, you don't grant this. You say, well, hold on a second. It's not about agreeing whether you think that's wrong. It's about how does the atheist determine it's wrong? Stephen, Glen, you're a loser. This is bad. It's not agreement. Oh, well, let's first agree something's wrong, then we can move on. No. Why? Why is it wrong?
That's poison.
Yeah, that's poison. Yeah.
So
is that everything? But you just agreed that is not everything to Islam. There are good aspects to Islam, so it doesn't poison everything. No, because the community aspect is good.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. What I said is that religion cannot contribute something unique without introducing something bad.
Okay.
So what's going on there is community. There are secular communities. This is human. This is what I mean when I say that religion is claiming responsibility for building the well when they didn't. This is human. This is who we are.
What is human? Like this is because.
Yeah. From the good. Okay, at least one good, fight back here. Human is a creature. evolutionarily, from Stephen Woodford's position, we crawled out of the ground from a fish-like form to a monkey-like form to whatever the hell else they believe in their Hindu religion. And what is human such that there's any dignity at all, independent, right, of some dogma? So he says introducing something to nature, right? Humanity already has the well. What do you mean? Humanity, from your view, is an extension of the beast community. Them doing animalistic things is totally in line with everything else you see in nature. Everything else, Stephen Woodford, everything. Now, Glen, if he's smart, he's clearly not well-versed in debate. He's used to preaching and saying, speeches that require violin behind it. But all he has to do is go, well, what are you talking about? What is introduced from the atheist position? What is introduced as a notion that gives humans, specifically humans, sort of this categorical higher status? How is that not dogma? How is that not a lie from your position? You're an animal. Why are you attributing higher value to just another creature just because we walk upright and we built, Xbox? No, there's no reason for this. Will he press him adequately? I bet not. I bet not. Will I press you guys on buying this sticker pack? Yes. 13 left.
You wanted to smuggle in decency, love, compassion, and hope into what it is that is human. You said that the old village has a well. Inside the well is something that is common to all of us. Decency, love, compassion, hope. You've smuggled in a whole heck of a lot of stuff. You begin your videos by saying, well, hello, my fellow apes. Now, when I go to an ape community, I don't necessarily marvel at the decency, love, compassion, and hope of that particular ape community.
Yeah.
Good. Ask him the George Floyd question. I dare you.
It seems to me that you're smuggling in quite religious-sounding concepts already.
So, with the debate being that religion poisons everything, we don't want to get mucked down in meta-ethics.
It's literally a meta-ethical position, you coward. Oh my gosh, dude. Are you serious?
In a debate about whether or not it's good to poison everything. I didn't say it's bad to poison everything. I just said religion poisons everything.
Okay, should we poison everything?
Well, I don't want to get into a religious debate about meta-ethics.
You don't want to get into a meta-ethical debate in a meta-ethical debate?
I don't want to get bogged down in justification. As you see, I'm already dressed to fly away on a tiny plane.
Now watch. He's going to be so nice, I bet, this guy. This guy's going to be all nice about it.
Well, I totally understand. I understand your position. Oh, okay, fair enough.
As much as everyone's enjoying our time, I'm sure they don't want to get stuck into... I know you do, but all we need to do is agree on whether or not a proposition is good or bad.
No. Nope. All we need to do is agree? Cool, and what happens when we don't agree? Is it okay to use force?
All we've got to do is agree on it, and then we don't have to talk about it anymore.
Dude, he should grant it. He should grant it. Okay, cool. Let's go based on agreement. What happens when a group of people agree to use force to eliminate what you agree to be good? Is that bad? Because it's based on agreement, after all. What if we all agree that nothing's wrong with anything? What if we all agree from this time forward that seeking agreement isn't effective? What if we do that?
Okay. And then we can evaluate whether or not religion
that is meta-ethics. Okay, all right. That is meta-ethics.
Yes.
Because who gets to say what is good and bad and on what basis?
Because we're not in the business of needing to. All we need to do is to agree, right? So
wow, dude, you just lost the debate, dude. Does religion poison everything? All you have to do is disagree. All you have to do is redefine what you determine poisoning everything is actually not poisoning everything. It's actually adding B12. Grammatic intensifiers. Dude, this is massive. This is massive grammatic intensifying. This is grammatic maxing.
Say this. Okay. Say this.
Dude just lost the debate. Now, unfortunately, Glen doesn't know how to drop the guillotine right now. All he has to do is grant it for a second. I would push back a little bit. I'd be like, well, hold on a second. This is a debate. This is a debate about metaethics. But if it's not, and there's no such thing, we don't have to do anything. You're just seeking agreement. Okay, what if everybody agrees that what you determine is poisoning everything, by agreement, is actually doing the opposite? It's actually enriching. We all agree on that. What if we agree on that?
It's like two physicists on stage.
Yes.
They can agree that right now you're sat in a chair,
Yes.
but you could play Philosophy 101 and say, can you ground the chair? And both physicists are going to give you...
Nope. That's not the same claim. We're talking about ought statements. Ought we poison? If you're going to say, does religion poison everything, you're going to have to be making a claim that we ought to avoid that, right, Stephen? Now, if you don't have an ought, and it's simply grammatical by agreement and definition of what constitutes poisoning, then there's no reason to listen to your definition of what constitutes poisoning, man.
you a different theory because there's not a unifying theory on what quantum mechanics is. But notice that they don't need to have the conversation going into grounding here is a distraction because all they need to do is to agree with that it's a chair.
It's a distraction? Oh, how about we don't agree with that?
In order to have the discussion. So in this case, for instance, you and I agree that owning another human being is bad. And so if a religion promotes this, that would be an instance of poison. Would you meet me halfway there?
No, dude. Poison. What is being poisoned, though? No. No, dude. Glen, no. Glen, no.
So it is obvious and self-evident that people are not property? Is that
It doesn't matter how we get there. All that matters is that we agree on the proposition.
Okay,
So
I mean, it is interesting how we did get there, and it was a remarkably religious effort, the abolitionist movements. I understand why you don't want us to think about how we got there, but
No, I do.
spoiler
That's actually
alert,
where I want to go.
it was a profoundly religious movement to get there.
So, no, actually, to the contrary, that is exactly where I want to go.
Wow, what a weasel.
So, it's the 4th century, and Christianity takes over.
What a weasel, man. Total weasel. I hope this guy... Look, let's try to get Stephen Woodford in the debate sphere. I think that's... now, I don't even think he's too relevant. He had his heyday, basically. But the fact that he's getting loud about this, and he's up against people like Glen, we got to get him in front of some real, rabid bulldogs.
The Roman Empire. Incredible time, celebrated greatly by Christians. And they are able to do what they need to do at that moment because they take over the infrastructure. We have Christian dominion here, right? And we have it for the better part of, 1,500, 1,600 years, arguably still. And so they have the ability to say, guys, slavery, it's wrong. We shouldn't do it. And yet they didn't. They didn't do it. And the question is, why? Because they did make other profound differences. For instance, they said, no more killing of children. Wonderful thing. As an atheist, I'm able to look at it and go, good. See, here's an instance of
Except you guys have the highest rates of murdering children in the womb.
religion.
So religion doesn't point to
It doesn't mean that everything is bad all the time, as I clarified at the beginning. You have to take the totality of it.
Okay, but in the not killing of children, that was essentially a human universal that Christianity overturned and was the pioneer of legislation against it.
No, because you would have to say that all people at all times were killing babies all the time, and that's not the case.
I mean, there were some Germanic tribes that were...
No, it was specifically Christian theologians and even heterodox Christians that made it happen, right? You need a Christian paradigm to even give human beings. Now, Glen made a mistake here. He let him off out of the corner. If we're apes, how can anything be poisoned? It can't be true. The statement that anything's poisonous is the thing you can't agree on. And so, no, Glen, you shouldn't agree with anything he says. Say no. You're an atheist saying something's poisoned. I'm not going to agree with you without reasoning. Why am I agreeing with you that something's poisonous? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how we do that. Yeah, it does, because if you're making the statement, you little weasel, if you make the statement X is poisonous, then, and I go, why? And you go, I don't really want to get into that. Just, I want you to agree that it's poisonous. No, I don't know what I'm agreeing to. Why is it poisonous?
Weren't doing. Obviously, the Jews weren't doing it.
It's also an assumption on anthropology that we can't make because we don't have the data.
I mean, there's a heck of a lot of data about what anthropological universals are, and adult child sexual contact is very widespread, as is the killing of the disabled children and women. And so, in this well that you are imagining is a pre-religious well. In this well, there is what? There is the assumption that slavery is out and infanticide is out.
No.
Okay.
Look, dude, all you have to do is ask this guy a simple question, Glenn. From your atheistic, naturalistic view, Stephen Woodford, could it be the case that slavery isn't a poison? Is it possible that there are circumstances, from the atheist view, where enslaving people is actually the best proper thing to do, according to your view? Isn't it possible? Logically possible. That's all you have to do. You can't say it. You can't say it. If there's an instance or a condition, a set of conditions where, in this case, slavery, he's saying, well, why is it bad? Why, that's clearly a poison. Okay, well, hold on a second. Could it not be? Could it not be a poison, Stephen Woodford? Is there any situation in which it's actually not only not a poison, but the best ethical position? Is there a condition where that could be the case? That's all you need to do with this guy.
There's different moral views that different people have. All I'm doing is taking the precepts that you and I agree on today.
Yes.
That's it. So with the slavery, why is it that the Christians did not say, don't own another human being?
Well, but they did. So in the 4th century,
because of the distinction of what a human being is, which Glenn asked you a question about and you dodged it. What is a human being? If it's just an ape, dude, there's nothing wrong with putting your knee on an ape. What's wrong with enslaving an ape? Clip it, ship it. We're all apes. What's wrong with enslaving each other? How can you poison? I mean, we're apes. We enslave each other. That's what we do. Just like a chair is a chair. What we do is enslave each other. That's a very ape-like thing to do. These people are absolute grease weasels. Suzanne Griffith, yes, that's correct. That's correct. I'm enslaving you. 3 minutes, 2 left, y'all. Don't let the goal be unmet, even though our slogan is not one goal met.
Century, it's the first record of anyone speaking against slavery as such is Gregory of Nyssa in 376.
Very early.
You're saying the first person to ever speak against slavery
as a
in a meaningful way.
Whole, yeah.
Yeah. One of the earliest documented, well-rounded argumentation against what constitutes slavery. And we're not talking about servitude. We're not talking about indentured servitude. Even though he did look back and have some objections, whatever. But the concept moving forward of slavery or seeking ownership of another human being, yeah. You going to name someone earlier that's secular? Ask him, Glenn. Ask him to name someone earlier than that.
As an inherently wicked practice.
And
there's plenty of slaves who didn't want to be enslaved.
And the church ignored him, didn't they?
No. That's irrelevant, dude.
I mean, the church was manumitting slaves by the tens of thousands, as they could, right? What you're
totally irrelevant, total sneaker. This guy's a sneaky. He's a sneako.
Pointing to is the profound overturning of a
overturning. 2 more chats, y'all. 2 more chats, 2 minutes.
Social given. No. We've got to go quite some years till we get there, and we will. So in the 4th century,
yes.
They opt for Augustine.
Right.
Okay? They opt for Augustine.
These are 2 lesbians. Let's face it.
And he gives this great argument.
This is like if Subaru sponsored Jubilee.
Where he appeals to original sin. And of course, he has access to Leviticus, he has access to Ephesians, he has access to all of these books, all of the scripture, the doctrines. Notice he's actually giving you receipts. It's not vibes, it's not Jesus is my motif. No. He's giving you receipts. And the church take him, and they agree with him because he has the scripture. So
we're talking about original sin at the moment, or slavery?
Dude, this guy's just dodging. He's just like, just dodging. Oh, let's examine history. Why? Who cares? God, man, this is so annoying. I wish Glenn had an earpiece. 1 minute, 2 chats left, y'all.
Original sin and Leviticus, for example, where it's saying...
pretty much.
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also purchase temporary residents and members of their clans. They will become your property.
Yeah, who cares?
You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and make them slaves for life.
Good, who cares? What's wrong with it?
But you must not rule over your fellow Israelite ruthlessly. So that's just one verse. I can go for Ephesians, Colossians, Peter, Exodus, you name it. So he has all of this data, he has all of this scripture, all of these doctrines, and so it's not a surprise that the church opts with him, and slavery remains perfectly fine in that year.
One more 20 seconds.
So
one more 20
Israel
seconds.
did not invent slavery.
Mm-hmm. They made it worse.
No, they actually made it better. We'll get to that. So Israel did not invent slavery. This book did not invent slavery, but the people of this book are the only ones who actually ended it.
Dude, it doesn't matter. Slavery, this action, that action. You can't, as an atheist, ground or even provide any sort of metaphysics for why humans have value. Glen's just like, let's talk about the things. Let's talk about history. Let's talk about this. I'm going to wave my pen around. Woo, bippity-boppity-doo. This is so frustrating, man. It's probably just like the contrast of coming out of like the debate world we're in, which is so different than this like sort of like sterilized, let's have a chat in the middle of a room in Britain or something like this, right? So it's extra frustrating based on our culture, blood sports, crucible, panels, modern day debate, all of this stuff. It's like brutal. We just cut right to it, slash them at the knees, kick the pillar down. Like some Van Damme movie. And we watch these people have a lunch together. They're having brunch. This is brunch. I've been going to the gym for years to look more like an ape. I can't wait till I look like an ape. It's equivocation all over the place. Yeah, it's horrifying. It's horrifying. Stephen is on such a levels of sneakiness, starting to think that it might be secretly a member of a certain tribe. It doesn't look like it, but maybe. Take it easy, man.
That's right. So, in the Old Testament, there was a practice that was legislated but not celebrated. And it is a practice that even scholars like Bowen, in Christianity, let alone Islam, there are new things that are born of the Enlightenment. So I think that when you're mentioning slavery, funny enough, the Enlightenment, right? Timothy 2:11 and 12 says, a woman should learn in quietness, in full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. And yet the very mode of preaching that you're giving in order to sound palatable is that you actually have to remove yourself from the Bible, from the doctrines, from the dogma, from the revelations. And consequently, what you're doing is illustrating my point for me, Glenn, because your decency, your love, your compassion isn't coming from Scripture, because you're having to invent a motif and to breed in what you want into the motif.
That's true. Glen is being a nice, egalitarian, quote, Christian. So Stephen's right about this. It's just unfortunate that Glen is in the position he's in where he could take the most aggressive, misogynistic, so-called misogynistic position and just go, yeah, well, I'm just going to take the hardest position on this. What's wrong with it, Stephen? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with running and operating a church where women don't teach? What's wrong with it, Stephen? You know what? Nothing. Nothing's wrong with it.
The way you're going to Scripture is not the way that Christians go to Scripture. The way that Christians go to Scripture is to read it as the story that it is, that culminates...
No, wrong, Glen. Wrong, Glen. Stop it. Your hair is so revealing, Glen. The dude went to the hairdresser and he was like, can you make me look like a weak, heterodox Christian? I want a bit of Ellen DeGeneres with a bit of Van Heesch. There you go. That's perfect. Perfect. I'm ready for my debut. Dumbbell side lat raises every day. Like this. Like this. Deal. Wait, every day there's no rest? The theories differ. One theory is you rip the muscle, you force it to try to repair the next day, and then you do it again. You rip it on Wednesday. Small tears. But every day? Hey, I got the dumbbells. I'll do it. Please let us move on from this utter slogfest. If you guys give me something alternative to watch, I'll move on. If you guys pay me to move on, I'll move on.
It's in Christ, and that is to be lived out in community with others. That has always been the way that Christianity has been lived out. And
No. That's not it. No. Glenn, the Bible was a liturgical text, and it still is a liturgical document that orchestrates the divine liturgy, from which we also study Scripture and live our lives. The Bible was never not a liturgical document.
And then this idea of decency.
Yeah, send me 100. I'll move on.
You call me decent, and you seem to believe
I'll hold you
that
hostage. I don't care. We got 10 more stickers to go, though, so that's good. Get yourself a sticker pack. We got Seraph. That one's one of my favorite. That's actually my favorite right there. They're a bit whimsical, a little more fun, but you don't see the Orthodox stuff like this. You see more, traditional stuff, which is beautiful, but sometimes it's fun to Peterson 5v1, maybe. I watched that live, and honestly, it was a bit of a snooze fest. Chat music? What is that?
decency involves gender equality. Is that something else that goes into this old village?
Gender equality? Oh man. Well,
is that what we are to expect?
Oh jeez. Oh no. Oh no.
I just get so mad.
Oh no. 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 Oh no, you didn't.
Clowns offer God's love through the joy promised by Jesus Christ.
Oh no, Glenn. Nope.
Expect morally, and if so, why? Why should we expect gender equality? I agree with gender equality. Why should we expect it? Why should we expect?
You agree with gender equality? It's not. It's impossible. It's impossible. Gender equality is impossible.
Equality of persons.
You agree with something that's impossible?
And not a kind of class-driven caste system. What is it that's...
Look, you can press him on the metaphysics of this, but you can press him on the logistical application of this either way. He's got a problem both ways. This is such a wasted opportunity to slaughter Stephen Woodford. You got two problems here, Glenn. You need to learn. You shouldn't even be debating, Glenn. Two problems Stephen has that you can completely annihilate him on. One, the actual in real life application of so-called gender equality, inequality or equality, right? Correction of this, right? You go force doctrine, you demonstrate it's impossible. The other element is you couldn't even conceive of a type of equality without the image bearer status from a Christian view. That we're actually talking about the status of mankind that equalizes men and women, ethnicities, nations, people. That's the only way. That's the only way to metaphysically do that. But it doesn't actualize it in we have equal capabilities or equal positions or equal roles or equal duties. But on both accounts, Glenn, you have him. You have him in a headlock, but you just don't recognize it because you've never put a man in a headlock. You should be bullied for the rest of your life.
That is baked into your vision for humanity.
But again, what you're doing is asking me to give you a moral theory, and that's not the proposition tonight. The proposition is, does religion poison everything?
Right.
Oh, does it poison everything? Okay, cool.
All we need to do is take propositions that we agree on. People are not here for metaethics. They're here to understand whether or not it poisons. If you and I agree...
Imagine that the reason why we believe those things is because of religion. Just imagine it.
That is such a dodge, dude.
Okay? That is what I'm saying to you, and you need to deal with that, right?
What makes you think that? It's just your faith.
No, dude. Glenn, you're such a weakling, dude. He keeps giving you softballs. Floating softballs. This is so, I can't even watch this. This is so frustrating to me. This is like watching someone with a bow and arrow standing 2 feet away from the target and just they don't even shoot the arrow. It's not even that they miss. They don't even shoot the arrow. It is a nebulous prompt, but the thing is, he still can destroy him. He could just simply ask, yes, if the debate is, does religion poison everything, and you're saying we just have to agree, we have to understand what we're agreeing to. So you have to give a reason for how X is poisoning Y. We need to hear that. Oh, I'm not here to give a justification for my view. I just won't agree with it. That's the debate. You're trying to get him to agree with you on what constitutes poisoning, right? No, we're not getting... I'm not here to define what poisoning is. I'm just here for you to agree with it. Thank you so much. Taxes paid. Pay your taxes as Josiah did. Thank you so much. The Farney, $5. They say laymen can't properly interpret the science literature, but demand that biblical literature be interpreted by a layman. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
That it all comes from Christ.
Yeah, he's loading his ammo backwards. He's literally pointing it at his face. He's like all those horrific videos where people should know, own pew-pews. He's like that.
So what is it?
What's my belief is that religion and violence and slavery and endemic inequality, vertiginously steep hierarchies of being, are all baked into the human person. Hello, my fellow apes, right? Okay. Now, what is it that then makes us think decency, love, compassion, and hope is what being a human is?
All I'm doing is an anthropological task here. I'm describing what humanity is.
You can't describe what humanity is. It's always changing. I've been catching up on 3 speed for the last 30 minutes. I'm so glad I could barely understand the debate, but I can hear you absolutely. Yeah, okay. Well, at least you're getting something out of it, because I'm at my wit's end here. I could handle about 2 more minutes of this fully, honestly. In fact, if you guys reach the 10, I'll move on to something else at the 10, because this is too much for me. Are you guys seeing the pattern here? I try to review something. I try to get a good thumbnail. I get into it. I'm like, okay, this could be good. This could be a good deep dive. And then it's so bad. It's so low tier. And I'm so frustrated with the person who's supposed to be even like parallel to my view on my side. In this case, Glen. Doing such a horrific job. I'm not even trying to be mean. It's just so bad. Yeah, he's just doing a dodge, yeah. He's doing a total dodge. How are we supposed to know what poisoning means, Woodford, if you don't give a standard? Oh, no, I'm just here to say religion poisons everything, and I want you to agree with me. How am I supposed to agree with you if you can't tell me the standard? We got the dum-dum here. Cultures are stable. What? Cultures are stable? What are you talking about? No, to say something's a culture, they would have some key elements that maintain their identity over time. If you want to call that stable, fine. But no, not all cultures are stable. There's cultures that are anarchistic. They wouldn't say they're stable. So I didn't say cultures are stable universally. You have to lie to be Kurt. You got to be Kurt the pervert. Kurt the pervert, constantly strawmanning, constantly lying. They don't change much. Nope, I didn't say they don't change much. I said the things that you would point to that are unchanging, that constitute what a culture is, would be something like language, customs, ethics, norms, familial relations, maybe even food to some extent. In other words, the way we do things. This is the way we do things. Driving on the right side of the road, sign, the language that signs are, the language that books are printed, the way you do commerce, the ethics around commerce, what you allow in your society, what you don't allow in your society. You can't say, yeah, these are 2 different criticisms, dude. Your brain is so mangled. Your brain is so rotted from your hard drive that you can't even follow an internal critique versus an external. That's how rotted your brain is, Kurt. It's actually horrifying. It's horrifying. Kurt's ability to understand arguments is laughably bad. Yeah, he has a perverted head. His brain is perverse. It's impossible. It's impossible that guy isn't up to really sketchy shit at night. It's impossible. There's no other way. Other than a brain injury, there's no other way to make sense of it. Everything, quote, is an almost impossible standard for the positive position, so he poisons the well from the beginning, dodged the whole time. He did. Religion poisons everything. And unfortunately, Glen here didn't just get precise and go, hey, he tried to, but then he's like getting pushed around by this guy because of his hairy jacket. Are these Orthodox stickers a limited run? We don't know yet because this print here, Bill Hicks, we're starting, it looks like, with 50. We might take a look at the 50, and if there's subsequent orders, we'll maybe be forced to order 100 and then maybe have them on hand to ship out. So maybe 75 if people keep ordering after we hit the 50, like today, tomorrow, and the next day, Bill. But I'm thinking yes. I just want to get a sense of the first run, Bill. So you should, nothing to worry about. The brain in the vat is speaking, right? Right, the brain in the vat. Yep.
What is humanity?
Warts and all, like humans are
Yeah, what's humanity?
passionate, they are.
But what makes that a war?
No. Passionate? No. You could say a dog is passionate from an atheist view. You could just say that. Look at his eyes. They're passionate.
Unity.
But if we've evolved to have warts, what's wrong with warts?
Yeah, don't worry about it. You can buy it tomorrow. We're just getting a sense of this. I just want to, because people are asking, we want to be able to push the button and send it. People have been patient, the first people who ordered, so.
I'm not here for a debate in metaethics, Glenn.
You've got one. You've got one. Well,
because you can't debate the proposition. Look, slavery, right? You and I agree slavery's bad.
What?
Christians.
No. You shouldn't agree with that. Actually, you shouldn't. You shouldn't agree that slavery is just bad off the cuff. No. Nope. The reason is, from the Christian position and the atheist position, what constitutes slavery could very well be a called for thing, ethically speaking, given the circumstances. So you can't say that.
Failed.
Why? Why is slavery bad?
It doesn't matter why we think it's bad.
It doesn't matter why we think it's bad. Religion poisons everything. Really, why? It doesn't matter why I think that. It just is. It doesn't matter why I think religion poisons everything. Swap out slavery is bad with religion poisons everything. That's all this guy has to do, man. It's so frustrating to watch this. So if you say religion poisons everything, the same way you're saying slavery is bad, you don't have to tell me why.
Can you not say why it's bad?
All we need is to agree on the
Can you
proposition.
not say why it's bad? Say why it's bad without appealing to some kind of sacred ideal or transcendent reality.
Meet me halfway then. Why is it bad?
Because we're made in God's image, and therefore to enslave and...
See, I wouldn't have taken this approach. I would have forced the atheist who thinks we're all apes to counter and say, I don't know, it might not always be bad. Might actually be a good thing given the circumstances. For instance, would it be better to enslave people, clothe them, and rehabilitate them even against their will? Does that constitute slavery? And if the alternative is put them to death or send them into the wilderness to perhaps die, is it better, is it more ethical to, against their will, enslave them if enslavement meant against their will, clothe them, feed them, and rehabilitate them? Against their will. Is that slavery? Is that better than putting them to the sword?
An image of God is as unthinkable as to enslave God himself, right? And we were created to have dominion rather to be served.
So
these were the arguments that brought about abolition in the 17th, 18th centuries.
All right, what doctrine tells you that?
Why? Because he's a classical foundationalist. This is what happens with these modern lowercase heterodox Christians. They are so culturally and socially groomed to not say icky things because they're afraid of what someone might think of them. They're so conditioned to argue within the naturalistic paradigm that they avoid it. They avoid it. They bite no bullets. So the question isn't why is he putting himself in the atheist frame. He is in the atheist frame. He's not even putting himself there. He was already there, Gauntlet. Then this is what you get. This is what classical foundationalism gives you.
I just gave you two doctrines, the doctrine of the image of God and the doctrine that humanity has dominion. Now, you tell me, why is slavery wrong?
No, because I don't think you've done the job.
Why is slavery wrong?
But you haven't done the job then.
I'm not telling you. So then it's not wrong. Then it can't poison everything then. Done. The debate's over. The debate is completely over. You could just say that. Fine, I didn't do it. So you didn't do it when I asked you religion poisons everything. So what are we agreeing on then? Nothing. If we're all just apes, wouldn't slavery be better than our instinct to rip each other to literal pieces? Yes. Yes. This is why it's so easy. Instead of getting all icky and clutching your pearls about slavery with the fear that someone might think that you think it's okay or once was okay or there is a context for when it's okay. Instead of being afraid of what people think about you, because it's usually a baseless atheist ape who's actually pressing you on this. You've seen all the TikToks. You've seen Deconstruction Zone. They don't have any arguments. They have no metaphysics. They have no metaethics. They just have, oh my gosh, that sounds bad. Defended inquisitions that kill heretics. No, that's not even a correct assessment of the Inquisition. And you can't tell me why any of it's wrong. So you clutching your pearls, I'm so glad you're here to do this. You saying that doesn't actually establish anything other than you feel a certain way. But watch this. Why is any of that wrong, Kurt? We'll wait forever. You know why forever? Because you can't. You can't tell us why it's wrong. Even if I granted you your worst conception or summary of the Inquisition, the worst, if I granted you all the movies and all of the legends, we'll throw in the witch, burning the witches as well, Alan, if you want. Whatever you want. I'll give you a whole volume of the worst written conceptions of these things. And guess what? You won't be able to tell me why any of it's wrong. So announcing J-Bay has defended the Inquisitions that kill heretics and slavery on his stream. Yeah? Yeah. And watch this. On this very stream, you can't tell me why any of it's wrong. On this very stream. You little fruitcake. If he doesn't need to present a reason, no Christian position needs to present a reason. That's right. And guess what? If you don't present a reason for believing that religion poisons everything, then the debate's over. Now, unfortunately, Glen is such a simp. He's so used to being in defense. This is the problem with modern Christianity. It's always defending. Don't think that. It's not that bad. I understand. No. You have to go on the aggressive, dude. He gave you the debate. If you don't have to tell me why religion, what makes it with an argument, what makes the statement religion poisons everything true, if you don't have to answer that, then we can't know if religion poisons everything. Therefore, you forfeit the debate.
You asked if you want to play this game, we could play this game. Why is it that it's good or bad? Is it because God says?
I didn't say it was wrong. I just pointed out what you were doing. Yeah. So for what reason, though? You see what such a snake you are? You're a useless bag of skin. I didn't say it's wrong. I don't know anything's wrong. I'm just saying it. I didn't say anything. Why are you announcing it then? So you see these people are such slimy little geckos. I just want you guys to understand that this is the epitome of the atheist worldview and how they operate. They clutch their pearls and piety signal, and they announce as if something's wrong, like a headline. And then you press them on it and they go, I didn't say anything was wrong. Good. Now we get to say, on this stream, you didn't say anything's wrong with that. So what are you accusing of? What's your accusation if there's nothing wrong with anything? Kurt, I can't wait until they find out what's on your hard drive.
As so.
I'm going to do a celebratory stream when I find that out.
Oh, you want to go Euthyphro?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's do Euthyphro. Okay, should we catch people up with Euthyphro? All right. Okay, so Socrates' last dialogue is with Euthyphro.
Oh, gosh, Euthyphro. Okay, I'm done. I'm so done with this. Euthyphro.
Oh, we've got to tackle Euthyphro. We should probably tackle Euthyphro now.
It's like, stop. All right, what was this debate? What was his name? Eduardo? Andrew Wilson. I really should do my own stream with this. Andrew Wilson. You know what came up? Andrew Wilson gets destroyed by 20-year-old objectivist philosopher. That's Eduardo? Well, clearly it has 600 views, so it's probably true. Christ doesn't want us to argue. There could be an argument to that, but that's an argument. So, you know, the irony there, Kurt Reynolds, is that if we said, really? Then you'd have to make an argument, and then you'd be in a performative contradiction, and a big problem. I didn't say anything's wrong with it. I'm just announcing that Jim Bob on this stream said that the Inquisition was probably decent and slavery isn't objectively wrong in every circumstance. I just want everyone to know that. I didn't say anything's wrong with it. Paul debated, yeah, it's just, I mean, this is definitely a proddy. There's a nice Christian proddy, probably Kurt Reynolds is. All right, 5 more stickers and we'll take this big, ugly goal off the top, shall we? All right, should we watch this? I mean, anything is better than what we just watched. I mean, the low production value of TikTok with no cameras is still somehow better than that high production slop from Pangburn. Pangburn. Shame on you, Pangburn. Shame on you. Level up. Will Savage Memes 1 and 2 ever come back? No. That's what makes it so beautiful, is that they're all sold out, and you have to find them, and you could sometimes find them on the internet, people trying to sell them, hawk them for hundreds of dollars. So, no. People confuse the warm feeling they get from using rhetoric with the warm feeling of saying something is truthful. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, saying the truth doesn't... Hearing the truth doesn't feel good sometimes, and saying it doesn't always feel good. Our Jim Bob is bobbing. What do you mean, bobbing? What you mean, dude? You said something that's not ultimately true. Now, we're not to quarrel, but debating itself has been an essential aspect of the church. In fact, you wouldn't have the Bible without consistent levels of discourse and debate. You wouldn't have the New Testament in its complete form. So clearly we have to know what you mean by debate. If you mean like senseless quarreling, we agree, but you're kind of equivocating on the word debate there. So stop being cryptic, Marty. Yeah. Okay, Marty. Okay, Kurt Reynolds. Marty leads. The Bible does not teach the idea of an omnipresent God. Change your mind. Well, why would we even adopt your view of what the Bible teaches? The Bible is a composition of books. The Bible itself doesn't teach anything. To say the Bible teaches anything is to say someone who is using their exegesis and eisegesis and hermeneutics, otherwise known as hermeneutics, is going to determine what's being taught. So we just don't grant. Why would I grant you any authority in interpretation to begin with, sir? I wouldn't, and I don't.
No, the good is not like arbitrary whim. So it's not as if it's just like made up.
It by his own admission, it's arbitrary. What's the system?
I never said that.
He doesn't.
I
Didn't say that.
What's the system for what the good is?
It's based on the facts of human nature and the requirement to flourish.
Is
That in
Hume's guillotine right off the bat.
is that something that is stance dependent?
No.
Okay, how would you demonstrate this with something which is stance independent?
Yeah, the same way we demonstrate the principles proper to the life of a flower by scientifically investigating the nature
That's a stance.
of flowers and what their process is that
Stance independent. Oh, we investigate. Wow.
sustain their life.
Thank you so much for that. Gets us to, there's 3 more then, and we can take down this bright, obnoxious goal.
But
for those of you who didn't see, they're buying the sticker pack of 7 design stickers by yours truly. Comes in a little, wrapped up little, pack in like a. How sticker packs come. Usually our sticker packs are like kind of like hodgepodge together. These are like already pre-made in a little bit of a group, so it's quite nice. That would be 2 more then. 2 more to go, I think. And then we can take the goal down at least. I will keep selling them. Don't worry. It's this. I'm not putting this goal up for a limited run. I'm putting the goal up to get me a reason to hit the print button on the amount that makes sense, so that we didn't order like 25 and then everyone's upset that we only made 25 of them.
using science is
Our internet? I don't know what you're talking about, dude. You gotta stop being cryptic. It's annoying. I'm ready to ban you from Jortlandia already.
again, the reason for using it is stance dependent.
The reason for using it is stance dependent?
Yes.
Does that change the fact that the subject matter is in fact stance independent?
It's not independent. It requires minds to interpret.
You say
And
the
then
subject matter.
A stance is built via the subject. Science requires a mind. Does science even exist without mind?
Yeah, but do you understand how what you just said is profoundly unimportant given that it's non-unique to every single discipline you could study?
What?
Well, wait a second. You saying that what you say is meaningless has no meaning for an anti-realist.
I didn't say that doesn't follow either. It's not as if anti-realist or anti-meaning.
What's the meaning?
I just told you the
facts.
I just told you that the moral facts that are taken up in this worldview are the facts about the requirements to flourish as a human being. But the reason the view is stance dependent.
Y'all are responding to an authority fallacy? Well, Captain Obvious is actually assuming his own authority, right? So what are you talking about? If there's a proper way to interpret Scripture such that it is required for Captain Obvious to be right about his proposition, dude. You guys aren't good thinkers. Okay? You got to think before you type. It's not an appeal. An appeal to an authority is not always fallacious. Just anytime someone appeals to an authority, it's not a fallacy just because they appeal to an authority. We didn't argue it's right because the authority. But the thing is, he has to assume his own authority. So is he appealing to an authority? And it's just silly. He isn't assuming any authority. Nope, he is assuming authority. No, we shouldn't hear him out, because the first thing we ask him, gallant man, you slow boy, is if he says the scripture says this teaches XYZ, we're going to go, are you the authority in what the Bible teaches? Because we need to figure, what's in question is, what does the Bible teach and how do you know? We're not going to just grant his position, right? So yeah, we're hearing him out. And the first thing I want to hear from him, gallant man, is there an authority in interpreting scripture?
Is in fact because as an agent, right, you are the thing that's being studied.
Someone in the comments definitely did say that they were just believing the church fathers. Well, as opposed to believing who? Okay. You're not understanding the problem here. Do we decide to listen to Captain Advius or whatever his name is? Is he somehow not a man, just like the church fathers are, from your view? Okay, so it doesn't change the problem. Whether you appeal to the church fathers, who are closer to the practice of the authoritative traditional practice and proper interpretation of Scripture, closest to the apostles, or we listen to Captain Obvious or you, some guy in 2026 in the comments section. Look, it necessitates an authority. That's the point. So who's the authority? You have to say, I am, okay? Okay, cool. What makes you the authority over 2,000 years of holy tradition?
And in fact, the motivation to adopt a given view turns on you and the fact that
I'll believe in Jesus over the church fathers. Yeah, but the thing is, you have to trust the account of Jesus, which requires the church fathers' accounts. You don't have access to Christ and what he says without his commission. And without succession, you don't have access to the commission. So you don't know what you're appealing to, Gary, when you say, I'll believe Jesus, because you need to trust men who came before you to give you an account of what Jesus said. Right? Hello? It's not a bad thing, you guys. It's like swap it out with something else. Like, would there be anything wrong if you wanted to study like some 2,000-year-old farming tradition and it happened to be isolated and kept by a unique particular group of people? Let's say farming, let's say woodcrafts, metalworking, Japanese sword knife making. These are all traditions that are passed down, and the succession of their knowledge and wisdom and how to is protected by tradition, through family, through culture. And it would be insane. I always find it weird that heterodox people, they get all squeamish when you go, wait, is there anything you appeal to historically to say I am following the Christian path, right? Swap Christian path with some sort of knife making technique, right? Japanese sword smithing, whatever. You wouldn't feel squeamish to be like, you know what I did? I found a guy who is the lineage. He's of the lineage of a long 2,000-year succession of proper swords making, right? Proper sword making. You'd be like, dude, that's great. That's great. How did you find this guy? You would never have this conversation. Well, I trust the original guy who started the sword making. I don't trust all these other guys who kept his tradition in play, right? I don't trust grandma. It's like saying, like, my mom has my great grandmother's recipe, and it's been held not just by documentation, not just orally, but also in the mind of the generation, passed down through experience, through the kid watching it be done. It's imprinted. Now, it's written too, but it's imprinted in practice. And you're like, do you know Mom's going to teach you great, 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 great grandmother's recipe. You want to know it? I don't need to listen to Mom. I go straight to great, 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 great grandmother. It's like, put your pride aside, dude. Put it aside.
You stand in relation to the facts as a human being. So
I see. So then it is the case that anything that we would be arguing about is going to be dependent upon our stance.
In the sense that the propositions are made true by your stance?
Well, that any normative claim that we make are going to require our stance.
It's gonna relate back to your nature, but that's not as if it's like an arbitrary thing. Like you don't.
That's ontological. You can't. How would it relate back to our nature?
Because
what do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Because if you're making a moral judgment about something being good or bad, on Eduardo's view, as an anti-realist, it's about good and bad are relationships that things have to you and your life and the requirements to live. So, like, of course,
No. It could be required for you to live. You could be in a circumstance where it's required for you to live to do something horrific, to eat your child or to annihilate. You're forced by some sort of pressure, some constraint to do something horrific, like annihilate the parallel tribe. So what he just said is how you determine something's good or bad is in relation to your own survival, and that's it. Well, okay. Well, let's expand your own survival to include the group that you're in. And in order to keep producing the group that you're in, it requires forced grape to reproduce the group that you're in. That's a survival mechanism. Based on that, all of those things are good.
References back to you.
Would I debate Ammon Hillman? No. $10. Here's a 10 for going after all those fake debaters online. I can't stand those people. You're a coward if you don't call into my show. Yeah. It's well, at least I gave them the chance. Especially those guys, Forrest and that whole group. I think atheists themselves are getting annoyed with those channels.
So it's dependent upon his.
Jim Bob, we understand words. Oh, really? What does that say? We understand words. Okay. Dude, you're this close to getting booted.
Stance.
And his nature, which is not up to his stance. It's conditioned by both.
Yeah, can you demonstrate Eduardo's nature?
Yeah, he's a human being.
What is his nature?
He's a human being.
Oh, okay. That doesn't tell me anything. I'm a human being as well.
Yeah, exactly. You have this. Yeah, you have a similarity of the moral requirements to live your life.
You have
moral requirements. Why is surviving a moral good? Why is existing itself a moral good?
That's the part you haven't demonstrated. What's the similarity of this? Hang on. How is this a requirement?
How is it a requirement? Wait, how is what a requirement?
How is it a requirement that we need more normative claims to live our life at all?
Because what it consists of being a human being, or the method in which human beings survive is by adopting systems of ideas and then implementing them into their action. That's how human beings survive. And the ideas that you implement are, in fact, those normative beliefs. That is why morality is a practical.
Well, you're granting yourself an awful lot here. First, you need to demonstrate that we need any of these systems to survive. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, that's pretty obviously inductive, because if you take all of human history as the data sample and then you say, how is it that human beings were able to survive?
Also, if they just agree on words, why can't they agree on what baptism means? Yeah, I mean, it's a silly position. Oh, words exist. We know what they mean. Well, yeah, you could make two different sentences using the same exact words and they mean completely different things given the context. So, I mean, that's all you have to do is be like, can these two sentences, which are identical in their words, mean totally different things? For instance, if I said, put the kid in the oven, is there another way of interpreting that doesn't horrify you, biblically? Let's say biblically it said, put the kid in the oven. And we put the kid in the oven. If you're reacting to this for the first time, he never concedes. Well, it could just show a little. Obviously, I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but someone said it was there's something funny about it or whatever. Tomorrow, I'm going to be reacting to Jonathan Peugeot, who I've had historically, and by historically I mean the last like year, criticisms of some of his approach where it gets a little bit soft, but he is Canadian, so. But supposedly that was a decent exchange with him and a Folly guy.
Each and every single time they did something that sustained their life, they applied their mind to reality, utilizing a system of ideas. Yes.
Wait, hang on. I just want to make sure I got this right. So you're now making a claim that because humans do that, they should do that?
I'm not simply saying that. You asked me what's the argument that the method of human
I'm asking you right now. Are you saying that because
do you want to move
humans
points?
do that? Are you saying humans?
Ooh, he got him on the is-ought.
Are you saying humans should do that?
I could say that. That's not the claim I just made. I do think that, but,
but I'm asking you. I'm asking.
These people are such weasels. I don't know how Andrew does it. He has endless patience. I tried to explain that to my brother. I used stand by me to show that that could mean two different things. Yeah, of course. Not only in the same culture that uses the same words, the same symbols for the same reference, that could have multiple reference, but you could hypothetically make an English language in another place where all of the words mean something different, but they look symbolically exact. Even they sound the same. So it doesn't get you there.
No. You know, this is asking you a question.
This is a new point. Yeah, this is a new point. I do think it is the case. Yeah, I do think it is the case that human beings.
I'm asking you.
Yeah,
don't ask me a question before you answer my question.
It's just tangential. I do think it is the case that human beings, and Eduardo thinks this too, that human beings should live in a productive, rational manner. We both think.
Why?
Think that, yes.
No. Well, okay, so they ought to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a moral fact?
It is a moral fact, but it's not a stance-independent moral fact.
Well, how would it not be a stance-dependent moral fact?
It is a stance-dependent moral fact. It's stance.
Then how? So what makes it? So then it's not a fact at all.
What are you talking about?
It's just a stance.
For example,
what makes it a fact?
Is it a fact that you like? Is it a fact that you married to your wife?
Well, it's a fact from the stances of our society.
But it's a fact. Well, I don't know if you're married to your wife or not, but the fact is, like, if the subject matter of the proposition is a relationship you have to something, the fact is both stance dependent and is a fact.
Well, this makes no sense.
It's just such nonsense. Like, this is the state of relativism. They have no reason. Like, it's so weird to watch because you see these channels, they're mostly TikTok, that are this aggressive in the presentation of debating. And there's YouTube, they all overlap here, but when you get these people's positions and you steelman them, they ultimately don't believe anything is absolutely the case. There's nothing that's ultimately true. Everything could be relativistic and sort of declared or constructed to be another way. This is where we get men being women, women being men, and so forth. People declaring themselves to be golden retrievers, getting walked by their boyfriend, dropping a turd at the playground. They're going to furry conventions, right? And it's all downstream from the denial of something true, and true can change, and everything changes, and everything's in flux. And yet, from that position, there's no reason to debate because what could be true could change from moment to moment. Forget a week, forget a year, forget a decade. What could be true, according to this philosophy that we're always up against in these sort of like, mediocre debate platforms? What could be true, what could be seen as true or agreed to be true can change during the debate. That is to say, the entire meaning and structure of the debate and its rules totally can change. The validity of an argument, what constitutes validity, could change because that's a construct. You just change it. Everything can just change. It's all just agreement. And then you go, well, why are we debating that? And ultimately, when you press these people, I've pressed a couple Philo people on this. Someone like Danny, Philosophy Danny, that guy. And I asked him, why are you a teacher? Why would you teach from a position that there's no reason to teach? Why would you teach? Does that make any sense? You teach, but your philosophy is there's no reason for you to teach. And why ought you not teach that there's no reason to teach to your own students? Because that would be consistent. Well, there are rules against teaching my philosophy to these students. So why are you teaching them something you don't believe in then? And it's almost like they've never been asked this because they're always granted some other set of like normative conditions or something where they're always operating under the already agreed on. This is why that last guy we were just watching, Woodford, avoided the problem of like needing to actually claim or justify what constitutes poison. He just simply said, well, we just need to agree on it. You're like, we don't know what we're agreeing on, dude. Could we agree that the worst horrific thing could be good and the opposite could be poison? Yeah, if we agree on it, sure. Doesn't matter if it's true or justified. It's just agreements. So why agree then? Can we agree that agreement isn't even valuable? I mean, how nonsensical do we get before we take the reins back of our civilization, dude? I'm late, but it's never too late for this stream, Relative A. Thank you so much.
Could you, if it was your stance that you were married to my wife and not me, right? Would that also be a fact?
No, because the relevant stance isn't present there.
What would make, so what's, wait, I'm sorry,
Yes.
the relevant what isn't present?
Yep.
The relevant stance isn't present? Like you have the relevant stance.
If it was the case that
true.
you thought you were married to my wife, that is the relevant stance.
No,
because it's yours.
the stance of my belief of the matter is not the relevant stance that would make the proposition I am married to your wife true. The relevant stance that would make that true is the position of me being married to your wife.
I'm going to just show you how insane this gets. Because they take these secondary things you can say once you have language and meaning. But even language and meaning and how to properly format a sentence or proposition 1, 2 with a conclusion. This is why Ask Yourself had such a problem when I asked him, wait a second, is there a proper way to form an argument, right? Because talking about whether something's stance independent assumes that there's a proper way to talk about whether things are stance independent. So it gets meta really quick. But it's necessarily meta really quick. Because if you reduce everything to this relativistic view, then there's no reason to assume there's a proper way to examine whether something's the case or not the case, or stance independent or stance dependent. It doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter. It would be relativistic, the whole thing. It's total gymnastics. It's nonsense. You can't even build, let alone protect and sustain a civilization with this philosophy. This philosophy only shows up at the peak decadence, peak luxury of a society that has something grounding it, that has a foundation to it. In this case, we're at the tail end of sort of like, I don't know, a Christian-inspired Enlightenment era that led us from the start to individualism, preferences, desires, paired with a capitalist system that gives us our desires in real time, conveyor belt immediacy. And now we're at the peak of luxury. Why, only at the peak of luxury could you have the time to argue feminism could be a reality. Egalitarianism could be a reality. Pronouns are a thing that you could actually operate with. Yeah, why not? You're fed. Why not find something
Relativism
superficial?
is toast. Their position thrives in the dark, and the internal critique is a light that causes the scattering of the roaches.
Yes. Absolutely, Vagine. And you would know all about that. Lord of the Flies. Yeah, good call, Josiah. Yeah. Yep. You just kind of declare it, and then the other thing is the alternative here is if everything's relativistic, what's not relativistic? Force. Who has greater force? That's not relativistic. Who has greater force is really not based on your stance. If I have the muscle and I have the shoulders and I have the weapons and I have 1,000 people just like me and you have 200 people who are not like me, regardless of your stance, I will take your stuff. That's a stance-independent fact. That's just what would happen without talking about it. No philosophy needed. And the what's crazy is that this is the entailment of their view. This is where we would be with their view if we took their view. It would just be force wins. Not even it's right. Not even force is right. Might is right. No, just might is. And the irony is that that's the argument. That's their position. That's their position. And yet here they are arguing for healthcare and housing and food as a right. The total opposite of the entailment of their view. Inserting metaphysics, inserting supernatural ideas like a right. Yes, from these people's view, who are ultimately, when you press them, are physicalists, naturalists. What the hell is a right, dude?
What would make that true, though, other than it was your stance it was true?
The fact of the matter would make it true. What do you mean?
There's no, well, the fact of the matter is just your stance that it's a fact.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, relationships exist in the world. That's why they can
Nope. He just roasted you, dude.
make propositions true, and it's why they're facts.
No, a fact, if there was a fact and it's merely an agreement, then it's not actually a fact. It's a temporary statement. It's not true.
Yeah, but it's all based on your stances.
So, if, for example, I'm taller than you. That's a relationship I have to you. So it's in fact a stance-dependent proposition. It depends.
Okay,
it's relative, right?
What
but that doesn't make it less of a fact. That doesn't make it less of a fact.
You say you're taller than me. What is tall?
It's a comparison in terms of extension.
Yeah. Is there an exact inch ratio for what makes a person tall or short?
No, it's ordinal.
So it's based on stance.
Tallness is a comparison based on size. It's an ordinal measurement. You're asking what's the particular quantification.
Yeah, but if you say a person over there is tall, you're not making a comparison necessarily.
You in fact are comparing them to the average person. Yeah, that's probably what you're doing.
Maybe, but maybe not.
That is in fact what the meaning of the term tall is. It's a comparison.
Could be, but maybe not.
What can you give me a use of the term tall that's not a comparison?
Yeah, you could just reverse the term tall to mean something else, dude.
Yeah, you're
based on your view, based on their view, you can just change these things.
You're saying that you think I think that that this is tall. That's it. That what are you don't.
What are you expressing when you say
it does not necessitate? It does not necessitate comparison.
What would you be expressing if you said it was tall if it wasn't a comparison?
Whatever.
You can say you could have all sorts of subcategories of slang to say tall. That's a derivative of what you thought it meant. That just merely means that you have presence. Oh, you be acting tall. It doesn't mean you're tall.
Or it is that your stance is trying to express.
Okay, I think you've successfully derailed the conversation and you saying that you think that sometimes people use the term tall in a non-comparative way. But like with respect to the point about ethics and stance dependence and stance independence,
force is not always war with numbers and force disadvantages have one force cannot always be determined pre-outcome. No, I'm saying that regardless of how you look at it, who wins a war isn't going to be, when it comes down to the death. When it comes down to who wins, it's not going to be stance independent. If the other side in any circumstance, whether it was the brute force, I don't understand how it could not be force if the other side is literally gone. Like they're gone, they're dead. If there's 100 people and 200 people, or 100 people versus 100 people, and the war is to the death, whatever side eliminates completely the other side, that's not going to be a stance. It's not going to be determined by a stance. It's literally obliterating the other side. They don't exist anymore. The reality of that, regardless of how it happens, I'm not saying, oh, more numbers equals winning. No, I'm not. That goes without saying. That's not the point. The point is the outcome is not an opinion. It's not an opinion.
Eduardo's point is that there are facts of the matter about your life and the requirements to live as a human being.
Yeah, Peter Dinklage is 3'6" tall.
What makes something a fact?
What makes something a fact?
Mm-hmm.
Facts aren't made facts. They just are facts.
Wow, we got a top-tier philosopher today. What makes something a fact? It is a fact. What makes something a fact? It's a fact.
Well, that doesn't answer the question.
Well, yeah, because the question presupposes
they
a
are because
category.
they are because they are as a tautology. Can you tell me what makes a fact?
You're presupposing that it's an explainable phenomena. Like the facts are facts is not in fact.
Then why are
something
you
that needs to
telling
be
me?
explained.
What you're telling me
So I don't need to explain.
right now is that there are facts, but you can't tell me what they are or what that is.
I just told you what the facts are. No, your question was specifically
I asked
makes
what is
facts.
This guy actually wrote this, and he titled it "Andrew Wilson Gets Destroyed."
Fact. What is a fact?
Oh no, that's not what you asked. A fact is an aspect of reality.
What aspect of reality is a fact? That's actually not even true. No, you're misconstruing this in Slave or Truth. We're not talking about whether or not you can determine a type of scoreboard. That would be stance dependent. I said something very specific. If there's 100 people and another 100 people, and what determines winning in a war, right? Not even winning, not even the term winning. What determines an outcome of whether that group is alive or dead at the end has nothing to do with who won. You could philosophize and say the people who won actually lost because the people they killed actually had technology that they needed, but they lost because they destroyed the technology, right? We're not talking about the philosophy post hoc. We're talking about the outcome itself. Dead people. 100 people on this side, 100 people on this side. They're going to battle to the death. The outcome of who lives and who dies is not a question of who won and who lost. Just who lived and who died. That's not a stance. Who lives and who dies. Who's dead and who's alive, that's not a stance. That's not a stance. The stance is post hoc, who, quote, won. Yeah, I agree. That's a qualitative assessment on it. Oh, who won? Who really won here? I'm not talking about that. I'm saying the outcome itself, not the classification or the summarizing, the Yelp review of the outcome. Just the outcome. Dead people, living people. Fact is a fact is a fact is a fact is a fact.
Okay, what makes that
fact? Is a fact.
What makes aspects of reality aspects of reality?
No, what makes a fact requires an interpreter, right?
No, why would that be?
Yeah, it's always a bit muddled over here. I mean, you're not new here. All my thoughts are muddled. Thanks for highlighting it.
Okay, well then what makes it a fact?
What makes aspects of reality aspects of reality?
You don't get to ask those questions.
Well, wait a second. Are you saying that all facts are aspects of reality?
What makes chairs, Andrew?
Hang on. I just want to make sure I got this right.
Oh, boy. No, a chair is actually in reality. A chair is in physical reality. Fact, you can't step in a fact. I could kick a chair even if we didn't agree on what makes it a chair. Whatever that object is, I can kick it. You can't kick no facts.
Right. Rights are a fact of reality then?
Rights are facts, yep.
Okay, can you show me how they're factual?
Yeah, rights are factual because they identify the conditions required to live as a human being in a societal context.
No. There are many societies that don't have rights, and their conditions warrant people that exist in that society without rights. They still exist.
They identify aspects of reality.
And what would make that a fact?
What would make the fact a fact?
Mm-hmm.
The meeting
no,
of
what would
necessary.
make that a fact? What would make that a fact? Not
what would make what I just said a fact?
Yeah, no. What would make a right a fact?
So what would make the fact identified a fact?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what would make
what would make it a fact? This presupposes that facts are made facts.
So,
well, obviously there are places that don't have rights, and there are places that do have rights. So clearly, there's something about the place that you say has rights that's a part of reality, and yet there's all these places that don't have rights as a fundamental aspect of reality. So do they share not the same reality? That's weird. Are there multiple realities? This guy's cooked.
They just exist.
Yeah, facts just are facts. Facts are.
So rights just are rights, and when there's places that clearly don't have rights, they're just dormant.
A brute, right? Facts are hold on one second, Andrew. Facts are ground zero, right? Like facts, you don't have to be made facts.
I see. So if it's the case that facts don't need to be made facts, then these are things which exist absent any minds to interpret them. Is that right?
Yeah, facts are the way they are, independent of you grasping that they're facts. Yep.
I see. So then if I had a right to a slave, what would make that not factual?
Well, if you assumed it was the case that you had a right to a slave, then it would have always been the case. But we can debate whether or not the proposition is true, albeit whether it corresponds to the facts. Because the assertion that you have a right to a slave, the debate is over whether or not you are identifying a fact or you're not. Like, that's what the conversation's over.
When is the guy on screen going to pick up a classical guitar? That's what I'm asking.
So just the assertion that you have a right to own a slave does not make it a fact.
So then asserting that you have a right to healthcare, housing, and food does not make that a fact either.
Yeah, I agree. We're not liberals.
Great. So then can you tell me real quick where this right comes from for housing and food?
We don't believe in a right for housing and food.
Okay, that's clear.
Oh, it says prove to me. Got it. His thing says prove to me. Oh, I got it. I actually misread that too as well. I thought they were they were proving that it was. But no.
It's a fact that I have a right to eat cow dung. Yummy.
You do. You have a right to eat cow patties.
That's what the entirety of the conversation was.
No, I clarified that for you.
Rights. Yeah, the idea was about rights themselves.
Yeah, rights themselves are they're moral principles which sanction and define your freedom of action in a social context. That's what a right is.
So then tell me something. Why don't...
So you don't have a freedom of action.
We collectively have a right to take shit from other people.
Because it violates the requirements of living your life in a society with other people.
No, it doesn't.
Cool.
No, it doesn't.
No. We as a society have decided to take shit from another society.
Society deciding something doesn't change the fact that it's incompatible with the requirements of a flourishing society of cooperation.
No, we're talking about multiple societies now. Smart of Andrew to zoom out and make the new identity a society and another society that has an identity. Why is it if this society flourishes by way of taking from the adjacent society, this one does well by taking it, Viking style, why don't they have a right?
How would it be, how were Vikings not a flourishing society?
Because they pillaged and disrespected the rights of individuals.
Oh, they disrespected. Wow, these people are such nonsense machines.
That didn't seem to stop their society from flourishing.
No, they in fact limited themselves to flourishing because they could have expanded their society and been more productive and achieved more.
They did expand their society. They expanded their society into other continents.
They could have expanded. But they could have expanded the people in their society, the amount of producers in their society, the amount of people.
What they could have done is irrelevant. These guys they're shapeshifters. Everything they do. This is why it's so horrifying to talk to them. You can't really get anywhere because the moment you pin them on one thing, they change it to another thing, and then you're just it's just a waste. Honestly, it's like I actually can't even watch any more of it. It's such sophistry. It's unbearable. It's like we are the fools, I could see getting a couple of clips from it, going back and forth, demonstrating the absurdity if you got the time, if you can do it, whatever. But it's just, dude, they just take. They just take. Vampires. Total vampires. It's actually quite the vacation, Lent. Having the rule of no debating during Lent is just... I might even extend it where I only debate very specific topics during specific times or something. It's got to be honest. There's a benefit. It's been beneficial to me to not be sniffing out and trying to make debates happen for myself. But that's me. All right, this just got released. See if we can tolerate one more unbearable thing.
Does not exist. Well, I just don't believe.
Look at Peterson's dinosaur and space rocket shirt. Peterson. I kind of want one, ironically, though. Or unironically. What does that have? Dinosaurs, rocket ships, the world... fidget spinner. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Believe in God.
That's agnostic. So like if you say you don't know
that's
about
how some
God,
people use agnostic. It's not how I use it.
So you would give the negative of God. So you do not believe there is God.
The way you and I change our minds or whatever.
Yo, shout out to Max.
Well, you don't believe in changing your minds.
What up, Max?
That's why I don't believe
agency
I don't believe you can freely do it, but you obviously do change. If I believe something different tomorrow than I do today, it's irrelevant as to whether I freely chose to. It is still the case.
But why use that kind of language, though, if you don't even suppose that you have agency to choose?
Oh, damn. Max coming in hot. Wrecked.
Hi, my name is Eric Peterson. I go by Planet Peterson online. I am a science communicator, former
science, and I evolved from a boxer dog.
Science teacher, and I debate people about science and
sometimes involuntarily I jump up on people and try to box them.
And other topics. My first prompt for today is everything, including religion, is best explained by naturalism. And what I mean by that is even religion itself has natural origins, psychological, social, and evolutionary. Belief systems, rituals, spiritual experiences that are all associated with religion can all be understood as adaptive expressions of human cognition and culture without having to invoke the supernatural. And this is also how most competent theists view other religions. So,
look at these two bullies in the back, Bryce and Wi-Fi Gospel. They just look like they're going to haze him. Total bullies. Just bully stare down right now. Intimidation tactics. This is what Christians do. You know? And this is why we're given a bad name. People like those in the background, the way they're staring at Peterson right now. Look at Bryce. He might as well have lasers in his eyes. Look at Wi-Fi Gospel. He looks like he's going to put a toga on and hang Peterson over a fire slowly.
So it best applies to theirs as well.
All right. So what do you specifically mean by naturalism?
Naturalism is just the idea that the things that happen that we all experience and that we actually can understand are caused by purely naturalistic mechanisms, whether that be like purely physical or whatever.
Okay.
That's cool. All of your propositions and evaluations are just caused by physical things. We can't even know if they're true or not.
And how does it explain religion?
Because the way people come to form religious beliefs, for example, I think we have a pretty rich...
Naturalism can't even explain explaining. That's what's so funny about it. Naturalism can't explain explaining.
History that goes into that, and I think through like psychology and the evolutionary angle would be a little bit weird, but we can get into that. I think that those explain...
they are peaceful. Not on the inside, Chris. Not on the inside.
Why people tend to form religious beliefs. And I don't think religious beliefs are all that different from other kinds of beliefs that people have. You know, like I would say even like the affinity that people have for like their place of birth or their favorite sports team or whatever. I think the explanation for what gives them that is super similar to how they come to like religious affiliation as well.
Okay, is that true for coming to non-religious affiliation? You know what I'm saying? This is why naturalism's such a shit show, is because whatever philosophy you come to is some sort of caused effect of whatever your environment or just determined actions in your brain. Maybe it was determined for you to leave your environment and reject your environment's philosophy and grab another one. But they always assign this to the religious, and they never assign it to themselves. And when you press it on their view, you go, oh, if you think that all religious people, there's a natural explanation for them becoming religious and coming to the conclusions that they have, that's for you too, right? And they go, yeah, you know, all my beliefs are determined too, of course. Okay. So then how are we supposed to know what's true if everything we say is true, we had no say in the matter with our own will and intent? It's rather we're at the effect of previous causes. How could two calculators know which one is producing the correct output if it's purely deterministic? Yeah, naturalism debunked, right? Yeah, naturalism can't make sense of the relations between things.
And then I kind of said this in my qualifier, but I would suspect that you probably feel that way about religions that you don't think are true too, that they got there through just some sort of like cultural thing. Do I have you right on that?
Well, for the last thing,
can you believe that this is at 1.25?
I would say maybe, but I would say the difference is I would say it's spiritual delusion, right? So it's not only are we created to worship God, but when we don't have the true God to worship, we're going to fill that gap with either a false religion or money or something like that. Now, how would you said like being born somewhere, you would have the affinity for that location? Is that right?
Yeah, I mean that's
or not.
We really know that. I would say if you look at a world map of where
why is everyone leaving their place and coming to America at mass amounts, Peterson? Oh, they have an affinity? I don't know. I've seen some people who got exiled, who got banned. ICE sent them back to to their Haitian farmland. They're back to pooping in little pipes on the side of the road, if you want to call it a road. They're not very happy that they got booted.
Where the religious affiliations fall, the Buddhists are in India, the Taoists or whatever people in China.
They're not in India. They're in Colorado now.
I believe for religion are in China. Islam is North Africa, the Middle East. Christianity, because of the age of exploration, spread to the Americas and Europe. If one of those gods was the true God and we can know that God exists, then the fact that people believe in contradictory gods just based on where they live is pretty devastating for that.
So then how would naturalism explain widespread conversion?
Well, that would just kind of be like a historical fact. I mean,
No. That it happened is not what he's asking. God. He's asking, how do you account for it causally?
I guess that's sort of naturalism. It's just, by naturalism, I also mean there's no need to invoke the supernatural or God. Columbus and missionaries and whoever else sailed to the New World and spread their religion. That's like naturalistic in a sense.
Cool. Then taking a hardcore Christian dominate the world approach would be also naturalistic, right?
But if naturalism entails that our environment determines our beliefs, then how would that explain widespread conversion?
Say that one more time.
So if naturalism entails that our beliefs are determined by our environment, then how would that explain widespread conversion?
Yeah, because your environment, if you're saying people are religious because their environment, then why are they not religious? It's like evolution. What causes the changes? Changes. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to talk to you again.
Oh, well,
that's also caused. I mean, they're all caused by the same thing.
Because the missionaries and whatever, they just took their beliefs with them and they either coerced or convinced people to join their cult or religion or whatever.
Right, but wouldn't the strong affinity for the religion of the area that, like, let's say it was there for 500 years, and whether it's the revolution or just some naturalistic process, they have the strong affinity because they've been there, it's been implanted in them for 500 years. How would that strong connection to that just be overcome by somebody bringing in a new environment?
So what you're forgetting is that people die. So when...
Yeah. So it's also naturalism that one religious group or nation completely annihilates another one. That's also just naturalism, right?
When the conquistadors like Cortez, they went to central Mexico and they met the Aztecs. They had gods like Huitzilopochtli and what were the other ones? I can't remember off the top of my head. Quetzalcoatl, right? Well,
Pocahontas.
They had their gods, and yeah, they had the strong affinity for them. But when the Christian conquistadors started kind of, imposing their culture on it, well, now all of a sudden, the people with the strong affinity, they die. Nobody's born with a strong affinity for anything. So they grow up in an evolving culture. And when a culture is being imported, yeah, you're going to get converts. And then, also there's probably a lot of coercion and threat of death to go along with that.
Totally naturalistic too, right?
So that's how it grows. Your point would be a good point if it was like, if Christianity went to a new place in the world.
So here's the thing. These are like really short bits, right? Like they're timed. You can see there's only 14 seconds left. When this comes up in a debate, if everything's explained by naturalism and the explanation of why terrestrial takeovers happen by way of force or coercion, as he's explained, is a naturalistic phenomenon. Going against that has to also be a naturalistic phenomenon. That is to say, the phenomenon of rejecting naturalism has to be a naturalistic phenomenon. The assumption of inserting things like human dignity, these value judgments that are not found in nature, and importing some sort of moralizing of reality is not, he has to say, is a naturalistic phenomenon, even though the phenomenon itself pushes us away from nature, from being animals. So what is the naturalist account? The naturalist account has an explanation for why, animal behavior is animal behavior. There's no distinction between the human and the animal. But the naturalistic paradigm can't tell you the phenomenon of abandoning naturalism, which is also a phenomenon. So what's that?
And they had a strong religion, and somehow it convinced everybody there to believe in it, then that would be one thing, but this isn't like that. I mean, that's like the history of Christianity spreading in Rome. Started off pretty small, and it
yeah, they
grew
stopped
over
evolving.
time. Rather, Constantine was 350 years or so after Christ, not immediately after.
Thanks, Eric.
Yep. Those are good questions.
So the prompt, naturalism can explain everything better, is essentially what the prompt is, right?
Yeah, everything's probably a little not loaded, but maybe I'm being a bit too ambitious with that.
I can take the everything.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is how would naturalism explain the crucifixion and resurrection?
Oh, well, I would just reject that it happened. So but that gives me a burden. So if I'm going to claim that this event that would not have a supernatural or would not have a naturalistic explanation for it didn't happen, then I need to explain then why do people believe it? Because I'm not granting that.
Well, no, they were determined. What are you talking about? You're now moving. You're moving away now, Peterson. The naturalistic explanation for the resurrection is simply that people are determined to believe it, and you're determined not to believe it. As simple as that.
That it happened, right? So,
in fact, that's true about everything. That's what's crazy. Things that seem obvious that happen, like World War I and World War II, or this or that, right? Even things that you think are obvious, right? If you go to the resurrection, there's a question of an incident in the past that you need to rely on some sort of evidentialism, word of mouth and documentation or whatever, right? And reasoning, philosophy, to get to whether or not that's a justified true belief. But here's the real kicker against naturalism. Justified true belief, the criterion for establishing a justified true belief, that criterion and how people participate in that is completely deterministic. Completely. You were just determined to come to your belief. It wasn't that you took your belief through a rigorous process of cross-examination and came to whether or not it was properly categorized as a justified true belief or not. No. It just occurred. It just unfolded like a chemical reaction.
Oh, I would have to come up with it wouldn't necessarily have to be a better explanation, I don't think, but like a plausible one.
You're just saying you would reject it as an impossibility, essentially.
No. See, this is why my debate with him kind of was brutal, because what this nice young lad here can say is, wait. What determines plausibility in your own head is completely deterministic, right? Whatever you think was plausible insofar as acquiring a belief or rejecting one, that is deterministic. So he's like, no, we go by what's plausible. No. Plausibility is also determined.
Actually, right?
Yeah, it's impossible based on everything we know, and obviously we learn new things all the time. But
if I come to that conclusion, and I think it is very possible and that it happened, what makes me wrong and you right? Like, how do we differentiate between the two?
Well,
he should have added, if they're both completely determined.
What I would want from you is an explanation for it. So if you...
No, his explanation under the naturalistic view would be determined. He would just be determined to say an explanation.
Could offer one, then you could convince me of it.
Nope, convincing doesn't happen under naturalism. This is like, dude, I'm sorry to stop it every second, but this is what it's like debating a naturalist. They keep asserting mechanisms and events that happen that they have to deny.
But what would be...
What's convincing, dude? What's that? Convincing under this view is merely, you could send, hypothetically, from a naturalistic view, you could send people free tablets and it would reorganize the structure of their brain to come to certain propositions to be true. That's all convincing would be. You could actually make a skit that was like a company that sent you tablets and you were convinced of a slew of things that you checked off like on a sushi menu. And that's what convincing means. That's what convincing means. That's why you never let these people get away with this. What does convincing mean under a naturalistic view? Meaningless.
Kind of funny with this is, I see this happen with the Old Testament and the Bible a lot. People will take like the 10 plagues of Egypt, and to make that sound more believable, they'll say, well, the river didn't really run with blood. It was just red algae.
Okay, but if I say if it did 100% turn into blood, and I just say that that is a supernatural thing, how can you disagree with that?
Because I don't see any justification for the claim.
Okay, so that is a preference.
Sort of. Like at this point, what we're dealing with, this is just a historical claim.
Agreed.
We weren't there, so we can't really. So it's just a matter of weighing the evidences, and we have a huge corpus of naturalistic explanations for all kinds of things. We also have a huge body of naturalistic explanations that have done away with theism.
He doesn't understand the entailments. He might understand his worldview. What's most common here is that they don't understand the entailments of the worldview.
Explanations, like you would agree on that with theistic explanations from a religion outside your own. So I think giving the naturalistic test to the crucifixion, I think there is a natural way to explain how did these people become convinced of that.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering,
under Peterson's view, everything's a naturalistic explanation. A religious person proposing a religious or supernatural explanation is categorically a naturalistic explanation under his view. There's no distinct categorical difference between the two.
How you get that symmetry breaker? Because like if I believe something and I came to it through through my own naturalism, and you came it through your naturalism, how do we prove anything in history ever existed?
So now you're asking me about how do competing naturalistic claims?
Let's just say that I assume in my naturalistic worldview that I assume that God is the most naturalistic answer, because that's how it works. Because you assume a whole bunch of presuppositions, and I just say the presuppositions are all God.
Thank you, Suzanne Griffith, for setting off the next tax bracket. Men, why are women paying your taxes for you? Men?
Well, that just isn't naturalistic, though, would be the thing.
But what's a symmetry breaker? What's the difference between the two?
Well, God just is supernatural. I mean, people try to argue that God is like part of nature in somehow, but
so I'm saying that nature is dependent on God.
Okay.
So that's where my naturalism comes in, is like naturalistic view is God gives us nature, and then we view reality in that nature. So how do you ground nature into anything other than nature itself? Like, how do you get rid of that circle?
I guess so. I suppose what I sort of do is, I take an atheistic stance on it, which really some people say that atheism is a positive claim. I don't think that it is, because I don't hold the belief that God does not exist. Well, I just don't believe in God.
That's agnostic. So like if you say you don't know
that's
about
how some
God,
people use agnostic. It's not how I use it.
So you would give the negative
taxes.
of God. So you do not believe there is a God.
I'm without the belief, but God might exist.
Okay, so that's agnostic. That's not atheism.
Well, I'm an agnostic atheist, because theism is the belief in God.
So there's three terms, though. There's yes, no, and I don't know. So you can't have an I don't know and a no. So the agnosticism is the I don't know.
We just disagree about what atheism means, but we understand what my position is.
Sure.
So we can go from there.
Yeah, sure. Sounds great, man.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, all explanations have to be from their view. Every explanation, every belief, every explanation is itself just a determined superficial effect of brain stuff, right? It's all the same category.
So one of the greatest things among many things that naturalism does not explain.
Dude, if I had this guy's voice for just a couple months, I would get to 100,000. Everyone's wondering if I'm ever going to get shoulder implants. No. I'm going to get the doctors to score my voice so it's lower like this.
Is abiogenesis. How do you...
I just need to turn my gain up.
account for that?
How do you account for that? How do you even do that?
How are you even going to do that, Peterson? Hey, Peepee. Hey, Peepee. Hey, Peepee. Wrong button.
Go! That is a big super chat!
Funky Mix coming in with a big $100 super chat. Everybody give that a thumbs up and a W. Hey, I'm the guy in the green Carhartt. Thanks for advice. Oh, nice, dude. Nice work.
So we have competing hypotheses.
Nice work. Nice to
about
meet you,
abiogenesis. We don't have like a robust scientific law about it or anything yet. But that doesn't mean that we still...
You cooked him nicely, sir. You were very nice in your cooking. It was like when there's rarely a nice chef who's not loaded on cocaine and throwing knives at people in the back. You're like that guy.
Still don't have evidence that we...
I honestly don't think he understood how you broke him. Like, I don't think he understood it. He was like, oh, no, it's fine.
Can predict for and look for.
It's totally fine.
So if life has a completely naturalistic, organic appearance, I don't want to call it evolution because abiogenesis isn't evolution, but...
Yeah, he cooked him. He did a slow cook in one of those smoker machines. And he was nice about it. He was like, thanks for coming to your own barbecue, Peterson. It was great talking to you.
That is how
like chemical evolution.
Yeah, like a chemical evolution. Then there are two ways we...
every restaurant I ever worked on, the cook was psychotic and on drugs. One time I paid a busboy to make whipped cream because it was my job to make whipped cream, and they did other jobs. And I was like, I'll give you $10 to make the whipped cream. The head chef, who was also the co-owner, found out I did that, and it was like this big. And I understand it was like a violation of the hierarchy command. It's like in the army, it's a total faux pas what I did. But I didn't realize how serious it was to this guy. He threw a knife at me. I was like, why are you punishing me for optimizing time and efficiency?
We can look at this. So there are competing mechanisms for how that could have happened. So we can sort of demonstrate logically that every proposed insurmountable problem that people propose, we can take those away individually. So for an extremely long time, it was viewed that the compounds and chemicals and molecules of life are totally exclusive to life.
See,
but then in the 1800s, the very first organic chemical was synthesized. It was some form of phosphate. No, it was some form of phosphate or something like that.
Okay.
And then so that kind of thing has happened over and over again. Obviously, it was famously Miller-Urey.
Yep.
We have found all of the nucleotides of DNA just in nature, existing not with life. We found every amino acid out there too, like even in meteorites or something like that. And then what we also have is, if chemical evolution happened, then there has to be some sort of pathway to that. And this is where we have all these competing hypotheses, right? So there's one that I really like is metabolism first. So we have this idea that we have DNA and genes that code for our cellular machinery.
Yeah, how do you have them? The guy asked you in his very low voice, how do you have these things? Well, what I start with is stuff I have.
To do what it does, right? So you have to have the DNA before you have the metabolism, because there are genes for metabolism. But what these people started researching was, well, actually, no, metabolism, there's catabolic and anabolic reactions, but metabolism can actually build things. So if we can find the process in cells that is actually responsible for chemically building things, then it could have produced the first genome. And we have found that.
Dude, it's just like it's like such magical thinking. It built, accidentally building things that do specific tasks is wild. Oh, it built.
It's the Krebs cycle. We found that in nature apart from life, and it's even autocatalytic and things like that.
Yeah,
so this is
so let me ask you.
I'm trying. I just talk like Jerry the whole time. No, it's not that, dude. It's all right. Yeah, unfortunately, I was blessed with Ben Shapiro's register,
So let me ask you real quick.
But that's why I can do Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson, is because I have a slightly higher register.
Oh,
yeah, I mean register.
So the most minimal life form, let's just take the most minimal life form.
Yeah.
We know this is between 200 and 300 genes.
Replicators arose. Arose is my favorite biological term. Arose? What is that? What's that mean? Class, today we're going to do a study in arose. Arisen. It has risen. Simply thank you for your work. You're welcome. My father would have said, you must have the nerves of steel. Well, yeah. Sometimes I lose them, though.
Let's insert that hypothesis. Do you know what the odds are of that? The odds of that nucleotide, which, I mean, we can't really plant it in existence because we've only observed it now that it's in existence.
Yep.
So that would be, that's J. Dyer, circle. So without that, but with the hypothesis you just used, the probability of that specific code having worked, even in 4.5 billion years of Earth's existence, is 1 to 10, negative 1 to 10 in the 200.
And that's assuming, like, I think it would be like a Bayesian take, because real probability, you actually need access to both the favorable and unfavorable. You need both. So even this is very, very liberal. Like, the worst math that we have, not in favor of this, is still based on going outside of the bounds of what normally constitutes probability, the requirements for probability. I mean, still outside of it, right?
Or the power.
Yeah. So what they, like, neither of us have the arithmetic in front of us or how they arrived at that, but from what I've seen, what they do with this is they take, you know how famously, like, the number of ways to
I'm going to get that shirt. Peterson's going to get so mad. I'm going to take
shuffle a deck of cards is bigger than the number of particles in the universe.
Yeah.
So if I have any particular arrangement of cards, that's the odds that that arrangement found itself there, which is the odds are so enormous that it naturalistically blows it up, therefore it must have been well, no, because the cards could have been arranged in any particular order.
Yeah.
Now, life's not like that exactly. You can't have just any random sequence of amino acids.
No, I totally
But
understand.
Actually,
I totally understand that.
I can get this out in about 15 seconds.
Go ahead, you're good. Go ahead.
But actually, you can replace amino acids with others, and it still functions. But also, just because life is, that first life form is a particular way, does not mean that it could have been some other kind of way. So now that magnifies the odds enormously in our favor.
No. There's no magnification of odds in your favor. In fact, once you look at evolution from a mechanical view, that is to say, there's several stages that need to be the case for one outcome to come forth from a previous one and so forth. Every single step is a miracle. Every single one, mathematically. I'm not even talking about spiritually. Miracle being mathematically impossible. The threshold of, like, what constitutes an impossibility that you shouldn't believe it, mathematically. Evolution, not only abiogenesis, forget it, man. Give them replicators. Give them the hors d'oeuvres of the meal. Fine, it doesn't matter. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, it is a problem. Abiogenesis is a necessary thing for them to confront. They have to. But if you don't go there, you could just grant them the first replicators. Even so, every step of the way, they have to conceptualize in their mind a bunch of mathematically impossible things, but consistently. Then you add the environment, by the way, which is mathematically implausible to have arose inside of it a multiplicity of ecological organisms that sort of all live synergistically. There's not only inside the body from an evolutionary view, there's this myriology of related function, meaningful function between things. But in the external world, the ecological system that also has this relatedness where it works in relation to each other things for no reason. There's so much wrong with the evolutionary view, and I don't think it's fully been exposed even in the century it's had its real effect on us. But that's why I'm here, and that's why you guys, hopefully that's why you guys, pay the piper. It's why you pay the taxation. because I am no good for this evolutionary cult. I am no good. It especially pisses them off that I don't have any like training. I don't have their lab coat, certificate. I have cut off. My name is Jim Bob. It's like, you know how angry they get? That everyone they present to me, I chew them up like Big League Chew grape flavor. Brooklyn says for $10, thank you so much. That's exactly why atheists can't concede the point. Admitting that knowledge requires an aspect of human nature that is not bound by deterministic factors immediately expose naturalism as false. Yes, absolutely.
Gotcha. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. So could you just clarify what you mean by, or could you, I guess, be more specific in what you mean by the prompt?
Oh, sure. I
Stop spiking your cortisol. Politics is bad. All caps is spiking our cortisol. Using all caps spikes cortisol.
I would say all the things in the world that actually have an explanation that we would all agree, like, well, we know what's going on there, or we have a best case inference, I think is best explained by naturalism.
Cool. What's a fact under naturalism? No ontic. Facts have no ontic under naturalism. And yet the whole entire scheme is based on this idea that there's facts. Me too, Justin. And I'm not even half black. God bless you.
Do you think that claim itself can be best explained by naturalism?
I mean, in a sense, because you and I are part of nature and we've...
Ooh, nope. You don't understand what Max just did to you. He never understands, Peterson. He really is like a boxer dog that doesn't know when he pooped in the kitchen. You're like, oh, you pooped in the kitchen, boxer dog. And he's like, well, I mean...
This inference, I think, is best explained by naturalism.
Okay.
See what he asked him?
That we would all agree, like, well, we know what's going on there, or we have a best case inference.
We have a best case inference. That's the claim.
I think is best explained by naturalism.
Okay. Do you think that claim itself can be best explained by naturalism?
I mean,
he's not thinking. He's just responding. He has no idea he has no idea he pooped in the kitchen.
In a sense, because you and I are part of nature and we form our beliefs in ways that are non-miraculous. I don't think a miracle happens every time I think 2 + 2 = 4 or something like that.
Are those very thoughts material or immaterial?
I don't know.
Big John Steele, thanks for the raid, buddy.
No, exactly. I mean, I think they can be reduced to like a brain state, but that doesn't mean they're the same thing as it.
Maybe Big John Steele will be at one of these events next time. That would be cool.
Like temperature is just a description of the kinetic energy of particles in like a container or something like that.
I think Big John Steele's like 6'8". I'm just gonna not take pictures with him if I ever meet him.
But I can't actually separate the temperature. So does that mean it's non-physical? Well, no, it has a physical cause. But what is it? That's where it's kind of like nebulous. But I don't see where something that isn't naturalistic comes in there and rescues.
But how could something immaterial emerge from something material?
Boom. The question that they hate so much. Look, Peterson's like, gulp. Let me guess. What's their favorite word, everybody? Emergentism. Emergent properties. It's called the atheist breath. It's called the atheist story breath.
That isn't naturalistic comes in there and rescues.
But how could something immaterial emerge from something material?
Everybody.
Well, I think in a lot of these cases, what we're doing is we're just, like, it's just kind of a descriptive term, I guess.
Yeah. How to? No. Oh, so they are so you describe things in reality. So if facts exist, they don't actually exist. They're described, but they don't have any existence. So I can just say God exists, and based on your criterion for what's real, being that you can describe something immaterial and it should be believed that it exists in some way, I say God exists, and based on your notion, we just describe God, and therefore he exists. This came up with my debate against that one dude, either Mark Reed or the other guy, the other bald guy, and we were talking about, is the belief in God rational? And what I did is I equalized from their view. I equalized rights being justified and God being justified. And he said, well, rights are a social construct. And I said, are they justified in believing that they exist? And he says, yes. Now, further, rights are something, they're a belief that actually, in many cases, justify, from their view, the use of force. That is to say, if you act in a way that's not consistent with rights, you actually get put into a cage, which is equivalent to the secularist view of sin if Christians jailed people for sin. And that the irony is that they're always arguing against that. Oh, the Christian, they're going to adopt their Christian ethical system and deploy it legalistically, and you're going to go to jail for if you sin. And you're like, that's exactly what you guys have. You just have a godless sin called a violation of a right. It's the same thing. And you justify rights existing by way of that they're social constructs. And then I go, is God a social construct from your view? And they go, yes. And I go, so it's justified then. And they're like, no, nar.
Yes. It's like, do you think that temperature is material?
Well,
you can't take away all the particles in a container and leave the temperature there, right?
Sure.
So we both agree that whatever temperature is, like as a description or whatever, is
but I think temperature is
caused completely physically in this case.
I think that's different though from thoughts though, and like how we come to perceive things, isn't it?
I don't really think so, because the way you and I change our minds or whatever is
well, you don't believe in changing your minds.
I don't believe you can freely do it, but you obviously do change. If I believe something different tomorrow than I do today, it's irrelevant as to whether I freely chose to. It is still the case.
No, that's like saying the temperature changed. But the thing is, if you change your mind on position, this is why Max is right here. Changing your mind on position is changing your mind on the evaluation of something. So the temperature changing assumes your evaluative process is intact, that you can evaluate the temperature, revise your view on what the temperature is, come to a new position. He's saying that's equal to, Peterson has to say that's equal to the temperature changing. He doesn't understand the problem here.
Why use that kind of language, though, if you don't even suppose that you have agency to choose?
I guess because it's just sort of convenient, but like for free.
You believe, dude, it's convenient. Look at Max's face. That's so funny. I actually missed most of this. I was probably at the bar. That's the right face, Max. Correct face, Max, W. That's right. It's just convenient to believe that it's convenient to believe that I have the will, which assumes the will to evaluate that it's convenient.
Free will lens, that's just the way we use language. For a free will lens, I mean, compatibilists think that when you act in accordance with your beliefs, values, or whatever that you didn't choose, you're enacting free will in that.
Yeah, but then you didn't choose to believe that there's a your or a you, right? This is what's so fascinating about these creatures. While they're talking, they believe that there's a they, a personhood that's distinct from their body, and they're evaluating their body, doing things, and then they go, oh, well, it's convenient. Well, even the statement, it's convenient, is illusory from Peterson's view.
Nonsense. That's not really what I believe about it, but you can adopt that language.
There's no you. You can't. There's no you. There's no adopting language. It's just a deterministic effect, dude.
And it's not. It's consistent in
a grammatic intensifier. I need a grammatical intensifier emoji. I don't know how to do that.
Worldview.
Well, I don't think it is consistent because you're borrowing essentially and using the language that you're using from theists.
By
supposing agency and changing your mind.
But how is that a theistic?
Because theists believe in because we believe in free will and that you have the agency to have dialogue and debate and change your minds.
And a sharper thing, Max is doing quite fine here, but a sharper attack of this is don't even grant the you. So look, when you argue agency, there's two things being argued. There's one, that there's a you to begin with. Two, that there's a sense of you that can then do this thing called acting freely. They're connected, but you don't need to grant them the first one at all. Don't grant them the first one at all. It's inconsistent, Peterson, because forget the action. Forget the action that's in question, whether or not you voluntarily, I don't know, flew from California or whatever the hell you're from to Nashville in this case. You believe, your view says that you didn't choose to do that. You just were determined to do that, and you had no choice in the matter. You thought you were choosing flights. You weren't. You thought you were at a debate. You weren't. It wasn't you. There's no you. There's an it. This is where this philosophy ties into the they-them phenomenon, and the they-them phenomenon tied into transhumanism, where you reject Christianity, which grants you the personhood, the nature-person distinction. You are a human, but your person is distinct. It's tied to it, but your personhood, who you are, and then there's what you are. Under this naturalistic view, there's only what, and it's not even what you are. There's just what. What. It's an it. It's not even you're an it. It's an it. Such a crazy bullet to bite, but they have to justify all their other crap. Yeah, that's why you just pin them on this, which he's doing fine. I mean, Peterson's having enough trouble with what Max is giving him right now.
That you're not determined to do so, but in your worldview, that doesn't exist, so you are determined.
There are naturalists who believe in free will, though. So this.
No, they don't. Not if they're naturalists. There's no they to believe.
This doesn't.
Whack job. These are the teachers, by the way. Peterson represents the teachers of our children. Thank you for that $5.
Collapse
do
naturalism.
Do you?
Me, no. But
three more.
But I could.
Let's see, we get 3 more in a minute and a half, y'all. Finish the goal. 3 more in a minute and a half.
Okay. All right, I think that's it.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome.
W Max.
I don't hold the.
There's that. That wasn't too painful. Peterson still, even with his recent demonic attacks, he's still more. That says a lot that Peterson is the most tolerable, less insufferable of what seems to be the atheist cult that they have left online. That says a lot. You know. Planet Gooferson. He's chomping at the bit to debate me. 2 more 40 seconds, y'all. 2 more 40 seconds. Peterson didn't do well. He didn't do well in the first debate against Jake. He didn't quite understand the problem he was in. I tried to talk to him about it at the bar. Megbob took a picture of that moment. Glad I have that in the books. Thanks for reviewing. Yeah, no problem, Max. Yeah, definitely don't grant him a person. It's a biological machine. That's when I'll really grant the pronouns to these people. I'll be like, do it mind if I refer to it as it? Do it mind? Does it mind? It puts the lotions in the basket. It puts the lotions in the basket. Do it mind? It believes? It believes what? Justin, he's the worst, dude. He's such a coward, too. I was supposed to debate him one-on-one in person in, Houston or wherever the last one was? And I was like, oh, no, he runs a channel where his main prompt is, your God is imaginary. And I was like, oh, you know what? I'll debate him on his own prompt that he's used to debating every day. He should be well-versed in it, right? Guess what he said? No. He said no. That's strange. It's your prompt. You're supposed to be in the better position here. Nope. It is afraid. It is afraid. What else we got here on the crazy internet? Jim Carrey, actual mask. That is a bit strange, isn't it? That Jim Carrey was in the mask and he actually is now living the narrative of the guy in the mask. Peterson Craig Harris. Kamala Harris?
What we gotta do is we gotta fight for our rights.
Yeah, Max did great. He didn't even need that extra bit. And he was so nice about it.
The Trump administration.
Oh, who is this one dude? These guys are both creepers, by the way. This guy really is a creep. There's no way he hasn't had multiple instances. Hey, look. Truther. Who's truthering now? Anybody? Anybody? Checkerboard blanket right behind him.
Non-binary. Hey, everybody. I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion.
No, you're not.
And that is something that Texas State Representative and current Democratic candidate for the U.S. Senate,
you got Mormon head, bro.
James Tallarico, said a while ago. And a bunch of Christians...
Look, it's not your fault. I'm not judging you. You're not a less of a person because you have Mormon head. You just have Mormon head.
Nationalists are pulling out their rhetorical fainting couches as conspicuously as they can and performing apoplexy about the notion that God would be non-binary. And
it's just a category error, dude.
A lot of folks have been arguing about the theological propriety of this claim. And I want to point...
I'm so grateful for orthodoxy. I mean, aren't you so happy about this? Like, this is what these guys have to argue. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you have to argue. Like, this is where they're at in their ecclesiology.
Point to a few different things to consider when talking about this. The first is that our concept of God is really a conceptual category. It is discursively...
That's already a bit off, dude. No, God would transcend categories. God would be the necessary precondition for all categories, and categories would ultimately be a created phenomenon, in a sense, the way we interact with categories. Make sense of parts, particulars, universals, language about universals and particulars, sets, multiple sets, sets of sets, subsets, all of this stuff, math. All of it is something that we are given to experience to make sense and ultimately to know God, but he's already off the mark here. If, you know, because now if God is reduced to a category we're talking about, then God is a particular who's now inside of a category.
Reified, meaning it is created by discourse. So God is...
This guy really is a nut job. He does everything he can to defend whatever he's done with men in wigs.
Is whatever people agree God is. So there's a sense in which the folks who insist God is non-binary are right for whoever agrees, and there's a sense in which those who insist God is not non-binary are right for whoever agrees.
So you just ended your video. So that's the end of it. This dude has 234,000 subs. And it's legit because he has 3,600 likes. So it's not paid for. Unbelievable.
Because
it's relativism. There's no... Look, I wanted to watch a little bit of this, but now I can't. You don't even deserve the time, Dan McClellan. You're right based on what you determine is right. And I'm right based on what I determine right. I'm admitting that it's useless making this video. I know I should wait. Yeah, I'm going to wait. I need something for tomorrow. Peugeot and Folly, that's going to be good. It needs to be its own video. We're just moving along. We're just cruising along here. You know, who knows? Maybe this is the new norm. Maybe this is the new norm. Oh, look at this guy. Another atheist hero. Nice haircut, by the way.
On life after death, because again, I'm going to quote you, and I've got to try and find, I've got a whole list of quotes here, but you say life is a conduit through which energy in the universe passes. So say a human, an animal, a plant dies, where is that energy going?
Yeah, I mean, it's what is life? I mean, that's a very good question, by the way. The answer is we don't really know. That there are two very famous books.
Why are you giggling? What's wrong with you? What are you, sitting on a tickle machine? What is wrong with you? Get your life together. It was a totally normal question. You're literally laughing like a schoolgirl embarrassed in choir.
Like I just can't feel still.
Chill, bro. Get your composure.
The reading list.
The reading list is immense.
One is called What is Life by Erwin Schrödinger, which was a very famous book in the 40s that sort of predicted the existence of DNA, which was discovered later. A great friend of mine, actually, Sir Paul Nurse, who's got a Nobel Prize.
Friend.
Who runs a Francis Crick Institute here, or founded it in London.
Oh, really? Do you go to the same haircutsies? You go to the same Barbara? Did you go to the Barbara and ask to look like a Barbara?
He wrote a book recently called What is Life, which is brilliant, from a Nobel Prize.
You look like an Elaine. Look like your name's Elaine.
Don't really know, but
is this Jim Carrey?
You can pin some things down. So one is you.
I've got a little bit of shots in my cheeks.
Said is it's something that happened.
Well, now, I'll tell you something. I think I know your name.
It's that there's energy, a flow. By energy, I mean
I've got a bob on my head.
What do? We burn food in oxygen, and if we stop burning food in oxygen,
I'm wearing some lip glosses.
Then we've
got quite the shine on my face.
Die. So there's an energy in the way a steam engine does things. So there's that part of it, and then there's information. It processes information as well. So that's what we do. So there's an information component and an energy component. But the point is, it's just at a fundamental level, it's no different to something like a computing device in the sense that it obeys these basic physical laws, which there's got to be a source of energy, and you've got to be able to do things, and your structure remains and things like that. So that would imply that it's the same as if your iPhone will stop processing information if you take the battery out.
Yeah.
So it's dead. It's a dead iPhone.
You'd think he would hide some of his bedroom objects for this interview.
Then, admittedly, you can bring it back to life, so it's probably not a good analogy because you can recharge it.
Well, yes.
You can't do
currently.
So, but you get the idea is that and this was all the way back in Schrödinger's book. He said this in the 40s. Life obeys the laws of physics, so it is part of the physical universe, and so therefore
that's deep.
You don't have any. There's no conceivable way that your conscious experience can persist when the thing, the machine stops working.
You know, I know he's talking about physics, but the way he looks, all I hear is he's explaining like the new line of purses. Like that's all I hear. It's like I just hear him saying like, well, it's amazing the type of leather they use for this new line is sewed with gold threads. It's got a snap and a lock. It's good for going out to the discotheque. It's quite nice. This one comes in blue and red and a hot pink.
So, and that might sound harsh, but I would flip it round as we did before and say, isn't it remarkable that there's this kind of thing? It's just obeying the laws of physics, and the laws of physics are pretty simple.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how you're a man and you get that haircut. I just don't understand what has to be in your head to go somewhere and like be like pretend I'm a super famous ballad singer. Even she's not even done up as much as he is. Like, she's more of a wreck than he is. She's probably thinking, yeah, it's a bit strange. Do the interview. I didn't know you were going to get it all glammed up like that. I would have done my hairs better. I would have fixed my teeths. You show up and you got a hair blowout that's better than mine. I'm the lady here. Why, you look more like a lady than me. Oh, Greg. What you making me look like a fool for? I don't hear anything when a British person speaks. It's just Revolutionary War flute. That's funny. Revolutionary War flute. I'm going to have to get a Stream Deck acid of that. Maybe you can send it to me, what you mean by that. I should just buy one. Zorch, do you think I can get one? That'd be so funny if every time I watch a British person, I just get a war flute and play it badly.
You know, there are only 4 forces of nature that we know of.
There's only 4 forces of nature.
And it all started out as hydrogen and helium 13.8 billion years ago.
Oh, how do you know that? Oh, did your haircuts tell you that one? It all started 38.148 4,000 billion years ago.
And we managed to get into these...
If you look behind me, there's a couple of objects that I worship on Wednesdays.
Patterns that can genuinely, I really mean it, bring meaning to the universe.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Do you find that again,
look at my bad wrist tattoo, hurt like hell.
Really mean it, bring meaning to the universe.
Yeah. Do you find that...
Look at my horrifying tattoo on my wrist. Definitely a regret. Definitely regret that.
Again, personally enables you to look at your reactions to, I'm talking about everyday stuff here, nothing particularly traumatic or extra stressful, but like the everyday, either mundanity or maybe it could be the bombardment of like outside news we're receiving daily or stuff you've got going on in the family home. Can you look at everything through the lens of science and go, I'm reacting to this because of, my history and the data and whatever. Can you apply it to your own life in that way?
No. And also, do you think I look like Madonna in a better years?
An Orthodox channel posted an hour-long video disproving the holy fire miracles don't prove the faith, but is disheartening patriarchs lying for decades. I mean, proof? I mean, how did he do that? How do you do that?
Well, no, obviously.
And what do you mean by Orthodox channel, by the way? There's, especially today, dude, when you see the word Orthodox and it's a channel, you got to be like, wait a second. Hold on a second. Just hold on a second.
Obviously, I just get pissed off. But I think there is something to be said. Like you mentioned data. So it's quite liberating if you say, like let's say you don't like flying, for example. So
yeah, I figured that. I mean, first off the bat, that's kind of like, you got to understand. There are first of all, there's Coptics, but then there are also people who pretend to be Eastern Orthodox and pretend to be Coptics. There's both. And so in this era of YouTube, you got to really watch it because, you're going to see with the influx, with the increase of people converting to Eastern Orthodoxy, you're going to see parallel to that an increase of subversion and counter works. You're going to see a lot of counter works, okay? So you got to watch out for that.
Some people don't like flying and you get nervous. But you can actually go and look at the data and find out that it's safe compared to other modes of transport.
Yeah.
So you could just say, okay, I'm not going to be scared of flying then.
Yeah.
If you really can trust the data. So it is useful to look at facts are useful.
I agree.
Wow, they really don't have much out there, do they? I'm trying my best, you guys. I really am. Trying my best. I'm doing my best job here. I just, we're running. It's like we're running out of targets. That's kind of what it feels like. We're trying our best, but we're running out of targets. I gotta work harder and harder to find the targets because we look at one thing. What's this? Wait a second. Is this new, Mike Jones? Is this new or old, you guys?
Function would just simply be deterministic without collapsing to a definite position.
It's if you're saying if we eliminated every thinking mind in the universe right now,
I'm just not convinced.
that everything would stop because there'd be nothing to collapse the waveform.
Well, essentially, yes, that's what I'm arguing.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I don't
have you here.
Dead internet? Is it dead internet?
Today we're analyzing a fascinating moment from a debate between atheist Matt Dillahunty and philosopher
How old is this?
Michael Jones on whether there are good reasons to believe God exists. Michael argues that consciousness and reality itself require...
He's not a good debater. I think some topics he's actually pretty good. In some topics, maybe not. Like he did pretty good, Alchemist, against that dork, Justin, on Tim Pool. He pretty much embarrassed him. So I think he's pretty good.
Universal mind to exist, using quantum mechanics and idealism, wild. Your world.
I have a way to demonstrate to myself and to
This has to be old.
others independently and get their confirmation of what is or isn't in this can, or that there is a can. It does.
I can't even do it. I can't even look at. I can't. Sorry, guys. I'm trying. I told you. I can't listen to Matt Dillahunty. He's done. He doesn't even earn. He doesn't even earn our eyes or ears. It's over. I think of Matt Dillahunty. I think of who's that one dude in Breaking Bad in the wheelchair? That's how I think of him. Alone, just waiting for someone to strap something to his wheelchair. That's how I see him. A lot of people searching for orthodoxy see something EO, and then some OO say they are orthodox, fully knowing. Yeah, well, look at all of the interviews. Let's look at that. Look at Bryce. Right? Because Bryce, notice how all of these big name prots, these sort of like packaged Nike Christian apologists. By the way, Bryce just launched a faith drink, just so you know. We should watch that first, of course. The first thing we want to get is his energy drink. That's what we want to get to. We want to get his praise energy drink. I'm going to buy a case. Man, it's so rough. Where is it? I want to see the commercial. Show me the commercial, bro. Can you just show me the commercial? Original post. Come on, dude. Why is it so hard to find this stuff? See every reaction to it, but you don't see the original. Please. Please. Praise energy drink. Is there a commercial? This is so cringe, dude. Where is it? Why do I have to watch someone else's take on it? All right, well, I can't find the original, so we'll go with the neutral here.
A Christian content creator is currently facing some scrutiny because he labeled his energy drink brand as a Christian energy drink, and some people didn't like that because they feel that he's...
Bro, look at Bryce's hair.
essentially making money off of the name of Jesus.
What the heck, dude?
Today's stream in short summary. Wah. Why me not God? Assertion.
Why me not God?
Assertion. No arguments. Countless fallacies.
That's
in
right.
essence, Solomon hit the nail on the head.
Mhm.
There is nothing new under the sun.
Correct. Thank you, Vagine. If the laws of logic, thought, and math describe reality around us, could atheists conceive of a reality where those laws are different? They can't conceive of it, but it's not a matter of conception. Hosey, it's a matter of could they justify them to begin with? Conceiving of a world where these things don't apply is kind of a moot point because conception requires those things. Because you couldn't really conceive of a reality without assuming that there was a reality that was intelligible, so you can conceive of it or something like this. But I don't think that's a great tactic. That's why I think the better tactic is to simply say what justifies the laws of logic, thought, universals, math, knowledge, reasoning, truth, etc. I think this kind of like, what do they call it? I forget the name of it, philosophically speaking, where you can conjure up possible worlds and you're just constantly thinking of a possible world. Oh, I thought of a possible world. I thought of a possible world. Hey, what's your possible world? Hey, JB, can I send you the video on IG? Love your opinion on it, of course. IG is harder. You should do Discord or Twitter. Direct message on X @byjimbob. Thank you for that. All right.
Jesus Christ and being a Christian, okay? I want to show you guys those claims, and then we can talk about it, and then I'll let you know how I feel about this situation. All right, let's hop in this video, watch it, and react to it before we do me a quick favor. Hit that like button for the algorithm so that this video can reach more people like yourself.
Hell yeah.
I truly appreciate you guys. Let's hop in.
Hell yeah.
I've been making a Christian energy drink for about a year now, and I forgot to set money aside for the marketing budget, so...
It's already off to a bad start there, Bryce. Bryce, you're going to pay the price. I've been developing like a Christian faith-based energy drink for like 2 years, but I just forgot to, give a marketing budget. So you guys can help me out really muchly. It would be appreciated. Compensate my expenses. It's a Christian thing to do.
So I'm just going to tell you guys about the energy drink. So it's 100 milligrams of caffeine made with green tea, caffeine, about half.
Why is there jazz music, bro?
The amount
Why
of
are you doing
caffeine you
that?
get out of a regular.
Why are you playing jazz music?
It's got natural flavoring, no
I gotta talk over the jazz music.
artificial coloring, and it even is sugar-free. And I just got convicted. I'm a big energy drink connoisseur and was like, I'm tired of drinking stuff that's got like 50 ingredients and it's gonna like give me heart issues in 5 years.
Dude, this guy's manic.
I want to actually honor God with what I consume.
Wow, there's the grift right there. It's always a pious. It's not that, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All this other crap I've been drinking, it wasn't honoring God. It was the wrong amount of ingredients. And now I have the right holy amount of ingredients. And so what I'm doing is actually honoring God by making the energy drink. And you guys, by way of believing me, are going to honor God by extension by buying the energy drink because this drink honors God. And if you like God, you're going to like this energy drink. He's literally a ShamWow guy. He even looks like him. Who's that guy? What is his name? He has the same exact face as that guy.
In my body. So if you want to be ready for Praise Energy, go to drinkpraise.com and sign up so you'll know when it's ready.
Okay.
Boof.
So that was Bryce Crawford in his
honor maxing
marketing scheme for his energy drink. And people say that he's essentially making money off of the gospel because he says he's labeling.
Guys, I got an announcement for y'all. Aaron Page, whoever else is like getting flustered about this. Here's the big kicker. He was already making money in the name of the quote gospel. Okay? This is why I don't like these like exposés. Because you get like a subset of heterodox people freaking out about some other thing, and then they're like failing to realize that it was a grift from the beginning. He already is touring. He sells out stadiums or whatever. He is a marketed product, dude. He is the energy drink. Oh, did you see Bryce's energy drink? We should be really upset. Bryce is the energy drink. He already was it.
It as a Christian energy drink that's clean. It's different from other energy drinks because they put tons of sugar and just different things inside of the energy drinks that may not be actually good for your body. He's saying that the stuff in his energy drink is actually not bad for you and it's good for your body, right? I want to show you guys some of the people that
yeah, dude, he's the Vince Offer of
has something to say about his energy drink and the fact
want to walk on water. Don't walk on water. Walk on Praise energy drink.
That he labeled it as a Christian energy drink. Okay, let's hop in.
So Bryce Crawford, who's a Christian influencer, just recently dropped a video talking about an energy drink he's creating that's supposed to be Christian. And I don't really understand this. To me,
yeah, how do you have
it just feels like a grift, because I get wanting a healthier energy drink, but let's be honest, there are
God-made sugar.
plenty of healthier alternatives. I think he's just trying to use Christianity as a marketing tool to get sales and make money. Now, maybe he's not doing it on purpose, but I think whether he's doing it on purpose or not,
yeah, has he heard about Woompy? Probably not. Strong like a baby.
The reason he will get sales is because of the Christian aspect. It's not really the drink itself.
Oh yeah, totally. I totally agree with you. Like the level of materialism, consumption of just pure material in America, how good we are at it is a joke. It's like a parody. It's been a parody for a while. We're just like, well, we can commodify that. Well, we should commodify. That's the beauty of orthodoxy. I actually cringe sometimes when something is presented in the orthodox aesthetic and it just maybe crosses the line, or it's almost there, into getting to like, you know, sort of like materialistic or modern, a little too modern. That's why I'm really hesitant about, like, you guys really like the video I made, that short. Making that video, I was still very critical about, like, well, there is a line, and I don't know where it is, where you can make something and it's overly consumeristic. It's overly cool. It's overly whatever. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a commodity. It fits the criteria for a thing that's out there, and it did the thing. Oh, you did the thing and put it in the other category of the thing? Cool. Now it could be shared because you did the thing. I'm very sensitive to that stuff. But you're right. It's something to think about. But that's what's so beautiful about orthodoxy, is that its, quote, failure to evangelize is its advantage. It points to its authenticity. Its failure to evangelize in the commodified sense, that it has the right posters and it has the right products and it has an energy drink and it has this and that. There's even some Orthodox shirts that I saw that I was even tempted, because they were cutoff tees. They know me. It was like a cutoff shirt with like a decent design on it, and it still was too much for me. I was like, this feels like someone who's not Orthodox capitalizing on the aesthetic. JB, don't you know Christ's first miracle was turning water into energy drinks?
So therefore, you're basically using your religion as a sponsor. And I don't know about you guys, but something about it feels unethical to like use your religion to get sales on something like an energy drink.
Bryce Crawford is being accused of grifting for starting a Christian energy drink brand. So Bryce just launched a drink brand called Praise Energy, and this launch has been met with anything but praise. You see, since launching the brand, a lot of people have gotten upset with Bryce, basically accusing him of using Christianity to grift. They're saying that nothing about an energy drink makes it Christian.
Real quick, that is actually, like, the design of the drinks is really good. I'm gonna just say that right there. That looks really, it makes me want to go and grab one. Like,
gosh, you're so easy, dude. Why?
If I was walking in,
I don't know how people, I don't care how well designed, I don't understand how any of you freaks drink energy drinks. Like, how do you pick that up and go, yeah, I could probably drink this right now? It's weird. It's like a fake battery. It's like battery juice.
Inside of a store, and I saw these drinks. I'm going to.
It's like, make your own energy, dude. Just eat something, drink some water, go do something.
Stop and see what they are. That design.
No offense to people in chat, but it's just, to me, it's just weird.
Is sweet. That's not.
That doesn't say much, guy. I mean, not to generalize, but it's like, you're not saying much. Okay, a bunch of fruit drinks in front of this guy, and he's like, "Oh, I really want one of these."
I just want to say that. I thought it was pretty nice. Let's continue on.
You're not helping, dude. You're not helping, dude.
And they're basically accusing Bryce of trying to use his faith to make a profit.
You're not beating the stereotype.
There's also people comparing him to Kenneth Copeland, which is a bit far of a stretch. But what do you guys think of this?
Okay, so real quick before I show you this video, this guy right here.
Yeah, I mean, I drink coffee, but it's like, It's like, yeah, you make your own energy drink at home. It's called coffee.
Received a lot of support from his video. I actually loved what he said. I don't even need to say it because he said everything very good. But what I will say is that when you buy Christian shirts, they're making the shirt, placing Jesus Christ on the shirt so you can buy it, right? My phone has a cross and it has Philippians 4:13 on the phone case. I bought the phone case because it had Christian things on it. It reminds me of...
It's difficult because it says Orthodox sticker. Yeah, it does. It's a sticker pack. But the thing is, like, presenting orthodoxy under supervision is different. With this, there's no supervision. For instance, I had to go to my parish bookstore to approve these stickers in the bookstore. So I look at that as what constitutes crossing the line of tact, and I check with somebody. So it's like, the thing is, like, Bryce, there is no such thing. There isn't, like, in other words, like, it's not a big deal. The drink isn't a big deal because it's not actually crossing any normative authority structure anyway. So it's weird because you almost have to say there's actually nothing wrong with what Bryce is doing because it's completely consistent with what he's already doing. So there's no aesthetic guidance at all. There's no conversation. Zero. Nothing. We're in Orthodoxy. You're accountable. You, like, there are some people who do stuff like that without even, like, questioning it, but, you know, I don't take that approach. I don't take that approach at all. In fact, it's something I'm, like, super aware of. Like, you know, it's even the conversations even making the stickers was like, well, there's a line that this could get a no go. This could be no go. And I don't quite even know what it is, but I know it's there. And I know I can't determine it myself ultimately. So what do we do? But the thing is, it's like, if you have skill and if you have some ability to speak to people and represent orthodoxy in a way that calls other people into it, of course you could do that.
Why did I evolve the desire to drink motor oil at work just because the label looks a yummy cow poo poo?
Yeah, they have that flavor of a gene. Absolutely.
Of my faith. When you go and buy pictures and things with scripture on it, you're doing it because of what they put on it. They are essentially making it Christian by putting the faith-driven content or faith.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. No, it's something I think about. That's my point. It's something I think about. It's something I'm very sensitive to as someone who's creative. When do you make something and it crosses a line, but you're trying to do the right thing, but it's like, it hits the wrong chord, let's say. Yeah, and I'm not selling exactly. I don't sell. I'm like, these are cool Orthodox stickers. Take them or leave them. Like, selling from the perspective of, like, we're honoring God. It's like
faith-driven things on the label on what you're buying, right? That's the same thing that Bryce is doing, essentially. These are Christian-based energy drinks that are clean, and that's what he's labeling it as. I don't see him being a grifter.
Oh, this guy's defending him? No, dude, the grift is clear. He said they're honoring God. Dude already bought a case, dude. This guy already bought a case. Look at him. He's already jacked up on one. Look at his eyes.
Because of this, because he is actually a Christian. He's actually wanting cleaner energy drinks for other people and himself. And this is what we do for every single thing that we buy. We place Christian labeling on it to let you know that the people that made it are Christian.
Oy. Do we?
And that this
what are we, Jews
is
now?
Essentially what we stand for. I see no problem with this.
Of course you don't.
Let me show you this real quick.
We can have Death Wish coffee, Liquid Death energy drinks, Voodoo donuts, but we're drawing the line at Praise energy drinks. Do you know how many mystic, esoteric, superstitious-based companies?
Yeah, here's the thing. The messaging brings people nowhere. Okay? This is so bad. This is so low tier. Can you imagine your faith was reduced to product to product imagery? Like in your argument was, wow, there's so much trashy, broken, tchotchke crap out there with the satanic stuff on it. We need to make more trash. Like, that's not a good argument. Like, here's the thing. If you have signage and messaging, the question of putting it on a t-shirt, or in my case, stickers or something like that, the question is, what is it pointing to? What is it pointing to? Even if it's a low-tier slogan, what is it pointing to? Our criticism of Bryce here is that it's pointing to nowhere. There's no place to go to. There's no go to the true church. It's go to bryce.com and buy these things and get energy. And generally speaking, you're closer to God. That's the criticism. But that's the thing, is like, this has already been the criticism. Doesn't matter that, look, from my perspective, and probably many in the chat, the criticism levied against Bryce Crawford has already been there. The energy drink is just a further expression of it. It's not a deal breaker.
Companies there are in the world, like, why are we making so much noise because it's a Christian-based company? Really?
Let me guess, you're an active gay Christian.
I think people should stop using the word grift, because grift would imply that there is a con taking place, that there's some deception. Like Bryce said, hey, this energy drink is going to bring you salvation.
I feel like this guy's about to somehow in his car do one of those like big, over-the-top, flamboyant moves.
It's going to bring you closer to God. Drink my energy drink. It's going to bring you prosperity. He never said that. He literally said, it's honoring God.
Drink energy. He said the drink is honoring God.
I wanted to see if I could create a cleaner energy drink for the market. And
No. He sold, dude, what are you talking about? He literally sold in his sales. He said, I didn't get the marketing, budget, but here it is. Instead of the marketing budget, I'm going to actually just tell you instead that the materials I used honor God in my drink. It's an honoring of God.
And I'm going to honor God with my branding. What is wrong with that? We can't say that he's a grifter, because that would imply that he has not really lived a Christian lifestyle. He has not really preached the Christian lifestyle. He's only using the Christian lifestyle as a means to make money.
Honey.
That would be a grifter. For years, he has stewarded his platform
sweetheart.
very well. He has preached the gospel on the streets. He has done a lot for someone his age. So it's only right that God will bless him with a venture, with an opportunity to continue to be fruitful and multiply.
Wow. This is where prosperity gospel gets you. Oh, honey. Oh, damn, honey. It only makes sense. If he does some good stuff, he going to get rewarded with a lot of Lamborghinis. He going to be the next Gatorade. You know what I'm saying?
As the Bible tells us to do. Christian-based companies are nothing new. Chick-fil-A started off as a Christian-based company. I don't know what they got going on now. But even companies like Ezekiel Bread, even back to the first century, they were putting the itch kiss, which is that fish symbol.
Oh, hell no. Surprised the grifter didn't call it divine energy drink. Yeah, seriously. That's actually pretty funny. Someone should maybe it would be in bad taste. There's a way to do it, perhaps, but a counter to like mocking the insanity of it, and be like the divine energies drink. That's really funny, dude. See, how do you do that without being blasphemous? How do you do parody, countering the ridiculousness of it without being distasteful? Sometimes you just have to let it go, unfortunately.
On cups, on walls, on jewelry. This is nothing new for us to say, hey, this is my faith. I'm honoring God with this. Only people really take
Aren't you late for cheerleading practice?
Issue with this are non-believers and people who equate piety and righteousness with poverty. And the Bible never suggests that we as Christians should stay impoverished all of our lives. Yes.
Oh, he really likes Bryce.
We may come from humble beginnings, but our goal is to be working so that we can be fruitful and that we can multiply.
You can't multiply with your proclivities.
So that we can serve the kingdom and add to it.
I really enjoyed watching that, because he was 100% right. And he's not, Bryce Crawford's not a grifter because he's a Christian. He's not a grifter because he drinks energy drinks. He probably goes to the gym, or he wakes up early and he works, and energy drinks is what his choice. I choose coffee. He chooses energy drinks, and he wants something cleaner. And this is an opportunity for him to make money and also to share the faith. He is not a...
Share what faith? What's the faith? This is why I'm not upset about this. What's the faith? Okay? Seriously, I want to know from point A to point B, B being the faith, A being the drink. Can you please tell me, you guys who are clearly really like fruit energy drinks, can you tell me what the critical path is between the drink itself and the true faith, please? Would this fall under the category of using the Lord's name in vain? I don't know.
False.
Yeah, exactly. That's not circular. No. It's not a grifter because he's a Christian. What? The question is, can people present as Christians to make money with the mindset of making money because they're presenting as Christian, right? That's grifting. He's like, no, he's not doing that because he's Christian.
Christian. He's not telling you that if you drink this drink, God's going to bless you. That would be grifting. He's saying, hey, I'm a Christian. I want to drink cleaner things. I want you to drink cleaner things.
The heretic is not a wolf because they're in the church.
I want to have branding that is Christian and not like Monster Drinks, which has 666 on it in Hebrew, right? I want to
see. This is the line here, and this is the tension with being Orthodox is branding. Now, there could be products, obviously, that are packaged in an aesthetic way that's maybe points to or is adjacent to or even well within orthodoxy aesthetic. But the thing is, the function of it then, I don't know, dude. It's such a fascinating topic. I would love to do a panel discussion on this because I have very little to say in regards to the answer, but I have a lot to ponder in the position I'm in as to the question because you could imagine like a beautiful bread, like bread making, like a bread kit or something that is packaged uniquely in an orthodox sort of directional way. And you could say in a general sense that's its branding. It's a category of a thing that's in a larger category and they're connected by their aesthetic. The words. Maybe it has Greek words, whatever it is, right? But there's this like branding itself on its own being a brand, it brings into question whether or not it's connected ultimately to, in this case, would be orthodoxy as a hypothetical. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you don't want to see something that's branded with iconography. That's why, like, Jordan Peterson's jacket, it was kind of cute that he was taking a step to represent iconography and the power of function of symbols, but then he made it a jacket, so you're like, what's going on here? The intent maybe could be there. Who knows with Jordan Peterson, but I don't know. It's definitely worth talking about, especially in this era, It's a really worthwhile conversation. There's probably a really stupid question, but is there a place for parody or comedy that may step over the line typically accepted? I don't know. I think about that all the time, When me and Tony talk on the phone about certain skits, sometimes, very rarely, but sometimes we might find a point where we're like, oh, it would be funny if we did this, but we can't do that. Mr. Landwell, yeah, he really missed an opportunity with Woompy, yeah. Pretty much.
Drink something that has a cross and maybe says something about God, Jesus Christ.
Kids' icon coloring books I think is good. Yeah. I was even thinking of making one of those, and I thought, well, there are some that exist, and the icons structure themselves are pretty much one-to-one outlines. So there's nothing unique or different about them. They maintain the form. But then I was like questioning whether or not it's crossing a line, Justin, to make what looks like the structure of what the icons are, but they're more in like sort of kid-friendly form, more bubbly, a little more cartoony maybe. And I couldn't actually figure out the answer to that. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. And he's right. The people that I've seen that has something to say about it, they either are not.
They're jealous. Let me guess. They're jealous.
May not know the Bible well.
Well,
they didn't have anything supporting their claims from the Bible, or they're non-believers just wanting to come at a Christian and say, hey, you're doing this wrong. But from everyone that I've seen that, I don't know, from everyone I've seen that's a Christian, pretty much everybody, they've all said that they support this. So there's not a lot of, I didn't see a lot of Christians saying that they don't support.
See, I just don't, the thing is I just don't care because it's reflective and here's what matters. Where is it bringing people to? If this is a brand and you call it Christian and the energy drink, someone drinks it and your claim is that it's going to help people bring them into, quote, the faith, to me it doesn't matter because it's no different than Bryce selling a t-shirt or a pair of Keds because ultimately Bryce doesn't have a true church to bring people into. So it's not a huge deal. This shouldn't be a deal breaker for anyone, at least who's Orthodox, because we already determine what Bryce is. So it's not a surprise. This is like heterodox infighting.
And I don't think you should because he hasn't done anything wrong. In fact, I think I'm going to go by and taste this drink. I want to taste it. I want to try it. I don't think he did anything wrong. I think this is a good idea. I think more Christians should do this, honestly. 1 Corinthians 10:31 says,
oh, yeah, let's go to Corinthians.
So whatever you eat or drink or whatever you do it all for the glory of God. Okay. Now, obviously, this does not directly correlate to saying put, labeling, Christian labeling on everything you do, but I think it ties into it. I think that putting Christian labels on the things that we create is doing it for the glory of God.
That's the right freeze frame.
You're not putting your own label. You're not putting your face on it.
It's just so wild, dude. It's so wild. Well, if we could find, let's do something and then go to scripture and see if we can just do a, off the cuff interpretation of it. So whatever you eat or drink, whatever you do it for the glory of God. Okay, I want to drink something that's poisonous. Whatever I do, I'm doing it for the glory of God. Does that make sense to you? The weirder issue is Bryce selling tickets for a Bible study tour. Yeah, they don't want to talk about that, right? That's what I'm saying, Alex. It's like, this is like a fake outrage to something that's already established to be an absolute parody of itself. A study guide tour with tickets is wild, dude. Oh, but the energy drink, that's really crossing the line. You're like, what?
He may, but you're not taking glory for it. You're putting Jesus Christ or God, Yahweh, you're putting the Christian
Unitarian spotted
faith on what you do. And I think that ties into doing it for the glory of God. I think more Christians should take the time and, if you have a business, if you have anything that you're doing, if you are some kind of presenter, if at your job, you work at a place where you have an office, right? Putting Christian faith, Christian things in that office.
Sola strawberry banana.
I think this gives other Christians an opportunity to even express their faith by buying this stuff, by buying his energy drinks.
See? They express their faith by buying energy drinks. Right? No grift happening. No, it's fine, you guys. That's actually one of the sacraments. It's an expression of the one true faith to literally purchase the energy drinks. Okay. Just thought I'd tell you, I had a service call today, and lo and behold, Vagine answered the door. I've never been so excited and pissed off at the same time. Now you have a real-life experience. His reading is the conclusion of viewing the Bible as a basic instruction before leaving Earth. Yeah, it's like a manual that you arbitrarily pick up. Like it's the IKEA manual of how to build your life. And you just turn it in a page. You'll figure it out. And it's like, this divorces it from the liturgical document that it is, and this is what you get. When you mix materialism modernity and the Bible, what you get is some sort of like whispering coaching document on whether or not this is okay. Oh, well, I found this. He literally Googled drinking and eating. What does the Bible say about drinking and eating? And he was like, I found it.
And taking his energy drinks out with you where you go. And someone may say, hey, what's that? And you say, oh, this is a Christian energy drink. And, oh, I'm a Christian. Okay, I may want to try this as well.
Wow.
Right? And yes, he's going to make money off of it. That's not a problem.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make Christian nails. I'm going to make a Christian nail company. And I'm going to put the hand and the wounds on the package of the nails, and I'm going to bring them to Home Depot. And then I'm going to force this guy to do a good review on them. Galvanized. I mean, you know what? Because I'm saying, if you're a carpenter and you build stuff, I mean, this is just the way you express the faith, okay? This is just my way of expressing the faith, and it brings people to faith. You know how many people are out there who build stuff with nails? I don't see anything wrong with this. I don't see anything wrong. This is an expression of my faith, and there are plenty of people. And guess what? There could be a carpenter who's totally atheist, and they just happen to pick up those nails. You know? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's where it leads to. That's what I'm saying. That's where it could lead to easily from this perspective. How could he, that's what I'm saying. How could Aaron Page, this guy, argue against that? That's what I want to know. You do make sticker packs? Yeah, I addressed that already. What's the distinction here? What do you think the distinction is here, Alchemist? I'm pointing people to the church. Go here. Bryce points people nowhere. Where is he pointing people to? And guess what? Is there any normative authority to approve Bryce's energy drink, Alchemist? Any?
After I asked our bishop about Peterson's icon suit, which he strongly disapproved of, he told me he actually met him on Mount Athos. Evidently, he came over with his freezer full of meat and an air fryer.
No.
Filled the monastery with the smell of cooking meat.
No.
Never ate with anyone or talked with anyone. Just walked around on the premises
Is that true?
with an anguished expression.
No.
Only had a conversation asking questions about orthodoxy he didn't stop to listen to the answers to.
Damn. Is that true? Well, he's like really in his head, huh? He was probably having an overwhelming like spiritual mental meltdown. You know? I mean, can it be the case? Someone answer this. Can it be the case that someone maybe isn't prepared to go to Mount Athos? Isn't that possible? I'm not saying there's like some legalistic chart or whatever, but can it be possible that someone can be taken there and actually has an averse reaction? Isn't that possible?
The problem is not making money off of the things that you do. The problem is when you do it in a way that is lying on the gospel, when you do it in a way that is hurting the community.
What community, bro? Which one? The one that tours?
Christian, the body of Christ. When you are lying to them, telling them, if he said, if you drink this, you will be blessed. Tremendous.
Well, I mean, he's saying drinking it honors God. That's what you're saying. It honors God to buy this and drink it, dude.
And God will give you 10 times more than what you think. Then I would say that's horrible. But that's not what he's doing. That's not what he's doing, y'all. This is completely different. He's doing it the right way. So
well, no, there is no wrong way. Every freeze frame with this guy. That's the point. There's no wrong way, dude. Like, in Orthodoxy, when you make things that are representative of Orthodoxy, you go to your parish. You ultimately seek guidance and approval when you make things that represent, and if you're smart, you do this. That you would actually have it approved, that it would be looked at, you know, if it's something that could be sold in the parish store, then it could be sold to the public. You don't want to cross any lines. You don't want to make any symbols that are contradictory or inverted. You have to bring some class to it, and you have to be guided. But this is the thing is like Aaron Page, this guy, he's a pretty big, 221,000. There can't be anything, you can't actually determine anything wrong with it. You can't determine there's anything wrong with it because there's no normative authority.
Respect it. I hope that he makes a lot of money off of it. I hope that it grows and become the biggest energy drink in the world. I hope that happens because then more people will see Jesus. More people will see the work on the cross when they drink these drinks.
The irony of what he just said. He just said, I give Bryce Crawford the pass because he's not saying if you drink this, then this will happen. And he ends in his closing with, if Bryce gets super famous, his drink gets famous, more people will see the work of Christ on the cross. These people, man. It's wild. He just contradicted everything he just said.
See Jesus. More people will see the work on the cross when they drink these drinks.
How did you not see this? How did you do 12 full minutes of coping and defending Bryce on the basis that he's not promising anything in his propositions with these drinks? It's simply like a nod to Christ or a nod to general Christian faith. And you just literally ended with, if you drink these drinks.
Clowns offer God's love through the joy promised by Jesus Christ.
It's just unbelievable, man. See, I want to exile all these people. Sometimes the proposed Christians are worse than the atheists. Why would I continue to support a channel if you aren't going to debate anymore? I'll debate. I'm just not debating during Lent. And you would support the channel. Most of my channel is actually not debating, Corey. I don't know what you're talking about. Most of my channel is doing commentary, creative stuff, song, animation, ripping people in the chat to shreds. I don't know what you're saying. Man, that's rough, what he just said. Anyway, that's the state. Are we surprised? No. Are we up? Is there anything to be upset about? Nope. Same old stuff from that camp. Totally the same old stuff. Silly. Yeah. Ruslan, did he cover it? I'm actually interested because Ruslan, who's that channel? Where's EBT? EBT, what's the Ruslan channel where they make fun of him? Oh, it's so good. I forgot what it's called. There's a channel that spotted Ruslan way early in his development, and dude, they exposed him before it all happened. I forgot what it was. Anyone know? It's almost fully dedicated to him. Bryce drink. Let's see if Ruslan reacted to it. No, doesn't look like he said anything quite yet. No. It's like a Rus. Yeah, it has a name that's completely unrelated too, right? I wonder if it comes up just in the general search, like a channel making fun of, or exposing would be the exposing Ruslan. It had a really weird name though. Forgot what it was. Jesus-based tobacco brand. Folding Ruslan. Okay. That's actually pretty. That's what it is. That's definitely what it is. Folding Ruslan into a paper. What is it? Origami. There we go. Nice. This is such a... Dude, you guys... There's only 1.6 subs on this channel. 1.6 thousand. But... there's so much on him here. I forget which ones did I watch. These are so good. This one. Ruslan. Ruslan tells a man. Okay, wait.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
The name of this channel is Folding Ruslan into Origami.
I've come to talk.
This Wednesday, and then going away forever Sunday. New Priest Provider Protector launch that's coming out this Wednesday, and then going away forever.
Priest Provider Protector line.
Sunday, and then going away forever Sunday. We're doing this shirt. It's only available right now. Once it sells out, we're done. We're not making any more of these, right? And when people do that, it just creates a huge amount of demand, and then it gets to you. It creates that urgency and that scarcity, which are huge, powerful concepts when marketing something. Priest Provider Protector Collection is here. Priest, go out and make...
Is this on slow? Oh, it's still slow. Sorry, guys.
Disciples, provider, care for the least of these, and protector. Be bold in a world that consistently rejects Jesus. Stop being docile. Pick up some merch at blessgod.shop right now. It's only available until Sunday.
It's weird to say bless God, though. Isn't that weird?
So get yours now. It's urgent and it's scarce. That people want it. If it's like we're always gonna have this.
Can I slow-mo this? It was already slow-mo.
Marquee shirt available. I'll get it when I get it, fam. I'll wait until I get my taxes back. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, snap, dog.
Then Priest Provider Protector Collection is only available until tonight at midnight.
I have all of it. I have all of his gear.
You can use scarcity to drive the perceived value of what you're doing.
Hey, if you missed the He Is Him or the Priest Provider Collection, drop, because you snooze and you lose. You snooze and you lose. It is your lucky day. We brought back the best-selling pieces, the most popular pieces from the He Is Him collection and from the Priest Provider Collection, only through this weekend, ending Sunday, and you can use this code to stack an additional 25% off. This is the code you use right now.
Right now.
Has missed it the first time, you played yourself. Don't miss.
And there were only 5 of them, and they charge people, $1.5 million for each one. And then that Ferrari.
Yeah, I think it's wicked too. I mean, just to go, if I create a shirt and I'm wearing this shirt to church just so I can get attention to myself and try to create sales, that's wicked. It's on God. Your mind is not even on Christ. It's not even on the right things. So,
There's like a whole slew of things where he's talking about like, I forgot which one it was. He wants a mansion in San Diego. And he's literally talking about his like ministry in in the context that he wants a mansion in San Diego. It's the weirdest thing. If anyone wants to know why to support this channel, if there are less debates, it's your daily content, your art, music, cartoons. You brought many of us to orthodoxy. Thank you for that. Yeah, to me, there's obvious reasons to be here. I mean, just the chat alone is a reason to be here. Anyway, you guys should, if you guys are passing time and you want to giggle a lot, the folding Ruslan into origami is quite the channel. I forget which one it was though. He was like, I want a mansion. He's like, I need a mansion. Is this it?
And I start making it more about that than about actually trying to reach the people.
Because this becomes a means to an end.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, so I don't have anything against making money. I just think that because we live in a society where we need to have money.
Yep.
You know, I wouldn't be able to be here right now if I didn't have money. So I need money. But I'll tell you one thing about me. God has always provided for every single thing that I've done. No matter what it was for him, it came in some form, in some way. And I've never charged for anything regarding music ever. You know, I haven't. Like anytime someone comes to me to do ministry, whether it's a feature, whether it's coming to a church and I'm speaking or I'm performing or a tour, anything like that, I never charge that. Now, if you offer me something or honorarium and things like that, I believe God may be doing that through you, but I will never request it or ask for it. But I will never request it or ask for it.
Respect.
That's just how.
Yeah, respect, y'all. Can I use the and where were you or what? Are we at that place? Can I do it? Can I be doing it? Can I just, that's right, can I do it? Just, I feel like because we at that place, I think, that where I'm allowed to where I got the freedom, around you, I feel free, that I could probably just call you to, can I just, can I just be like, yo, you dead, dude, that's church, Nick. Am I allowed to?
I'm not leaving the crib without getting paid.
No.
Will Smith in the house, Nick.
No.
Respect. That's just how. I'm not leaving the crib without.
Dude, that's hot, dog.
Paid. No.
This man said
no.
I feel respect,
you.
bro.
I feel you, though. I feel you. Like.
I wish Ruslan would cut his hair. Black guys, they just take basically some sort of laser light, and then they cut a straight line.
I get it. I know, and I know a lot of people like that, and there's nothing wrong with that. I just know what it is that he's asking me to do because of what they're witnessing to whenever I don't ask for that.
Yeah, and it sounds like you're doing well, and it sounds like this is the bread and butter, but
I wonder if Ruslan, when he gets a bit more money, he's going to get his nostrils widened.
If somebody hits me up and is like, yo, fly to Virginia and do a rap show, I'm like, nah.
But that's different. You're doing a rap show. Are you doing that as a form of ministry? Are you doing that as a form of ministry?
That's a great question.
That's a great question. I don't even know anymore, dog. I've been thinking about this stuff a lot and stuff. Because I'm blur the line between what is my ministry and it's what is my church? And it's my church is my website. My website is my merch. And it's the church and the merch come together, dog. And it's there's this symbiotic, synergistic sort of relationship between the merch and the church. And it's is it an accident that rhymes and shit? Right? Can I say it? Am I allowed to say it?
That's a great question.
So again, then we have to define what that means. What do you mean when you say the word ministry? What do you mean when you say the word ministry?
Because when I come, I'm not coming to spit some hot bars for you.
You come to preach.
I'm spitting hot bars. That's what I do when I go to liturgy, dude. I go for the hot bars.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even if it's through the.
It's merch with a U, dude. Merch with a U. It's some merch.
Music. I want you to leave feeling better than you felt when you got here.
Yes. Yeah, I want you to go by your feelings and stuff. And that's what we do in these modern churches and stuff. You come in feeling bad, we leave you feeling good. Dog. It's about your feelings, yo. And that's what we tend into is feelings. Encore.
And when I say better, I don't mean like, your mood. I mean your spirit.
Yeah.
Like I'm here to touch the lives of people. That's the reason why I don't just accept everything, because I know where God's telling me to go.
Yeah, man, this is good because this is challenging to me, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for me, dog. Because I can't even, dude, you tell me where the merch and the church begin and end, I'm like lost in the sauce, dog. Can I say it?
I feel like,
dude, I can't say it yet.
I am more efficient leveraging the technology and being in the groove that I'm in and having my kids within arm's reach and all these different things that I'll do stuff for free. I'll do stuff for free when I feel like God's telling me to do something for free. I'm not leaving the crib without getting paid.
No.
Mom. Oh, sorry, dog. I thought I had to work. I thought I could say that and stuff because we've been in this like studio for like, I don't know, like 3 hours and shit. Dude, what did you practice your black laugh? What is that, dude? There's no way show me one old piece of footage when you're in Little League and you laughed like that, dude. Dude, stop. Dude, stop. And you don't have dude, seriously, you don't have the massive contrasting dark featured skin and the bright teeth to do this laugh. Even the shape of it's not you. That's not even your shape laugh, dude.
No.
I'll do stuff when I feel like God's telling me to do something for free. I'm not leaving the crib without getting paid.
No.
I'll do
let's do some craps, dog.
Stuff for free when I feel like God's telling me to do something for free. I'm not leaving the crib without getting paid.
No. I feel like God is telling me to do almost everything that I'm doing for free on the side of ministry. I feel like God is.
Oh, snap. Whoopsie. Dude, I feel like I missed stuff. Dude, why you show me up like that?
Telling me to do almost everything that I'm doing for free on the side of ministry.
I could like imagine a school, ask me to come and do any form of ministry, whether it's speaking, performing, whatever it is. And I charge $10K. That's my set price of what I do. It starts at that. All they got is $7. Y'all better start running some fundraisers.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying that's not what I'm saying. I hear your point. I think it's a good point. I think, like you said in Corinthians, right? Like a worker is worth his wages, right? Paul writes that. So I think the tension that many people fall into is if someone's day-to-day ministry is already running a church or whatever. And you're right.
This is shameful. You're telling me I'm shameful? Are you serious right now? You're telling me roasting this guy is shameful? Dude, are you listening?
Right, and that like a lot of brothers do like the honorarium.
Oh, this is shameful. I mean, you're showcasing the pure materialism under these people who are clearly just grifting, figuring out their way. They're using a Christian paradigm to literally position themselves in a successful monetary system, right? The guy literally says his goal, he has this specific goal tied to his quote ministry to get a huge house in San Diego and nothing else will do. What are you talking about, dude?
Thing. It's like my suggested donation.
Yeah. I'm better than this. I hope that's facetious, dude. Look at everyone coping. Look, I get it. You guys are simps for Ruslan. Okay? Better than what?
What these little codes?
How am I better than this? What are you talking about? Are you seeing are you listening? Dude.
Words, but like
I remember the first time I heard that.
Okay, he's being facetious. Thank you. Oof, I thought there was two of you.
What's an honorarium? Just say payment, money, or whatever it is, the fee. I don't care what it is. I'm not going to look at you crazy.
But it's a roundabout way of
and it's like that with almost everything in the world. It's always like this thing that we cover. And that's a different conversation. But just regarding what we're talking about, like I said, like I'll have someone pay for my flight, or my room or things like that, depending on what it is. But for the service that you're asking me to do, that's for the Lord. I wouldn't even be in this position if it wasn't for him putting me here. So I don't charge for that. I'm not even gonna say usually. I don't. Like
I wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for him putting me here. So I don't charge for that. I'm not even gonna say usually. I don't.
Like there's not a person that could say I charge this select amount. The one time that I almost did charge because like the person that was setting it up for me told me to charge, it didn't work out. It didn't even go through.
Interesting.
So like I said, it's about your relationship. You know, it's about your relationship. You know, God.
Anyway, I've seen enough. You guys have seen enough. But anyways, it's actually a pretty good channel the way it exposes it all, because this is ahead of the game. This channel was a bit ahead of the critique of these people, some of their earlier things. And some of it's crazy. Like, honestly, I've seen some of the back and forths earlier talks, and it's just like, it's actually appropriate, this, because what we were talking about with the energy drink is a similar situation, but the problem is they're just going off of their whims. That's what they're doing. They're going off their whims. They don't really know. There's no true church. That's the point. It's not just the aesthetic or me making fun of him that he actually believes he's black inside, right? That's just funny. The fact that he's clearly impersonating, he's doing an impression of a black person. Clearly. Like, it's not authentic. No. That's just topical stuff. That doesn't matter as much. I don't even care, actually. The thing is that I'm critiquing ultimately isn't the fact that he wants so badly to have chocolate skin. What I'm critiquing is that both of them have no standard for what constitutes tactfulness or appropriate behavior or even appropriate content to talk about publicly. Some of these questions that you're torn with might be something you actually talk privately with people who are in the church, your priests, these fatherly figures, your other parishioners perhaps. But that's the thing. That's my ultimate critique about all of this stuff. It's not surprising. It's not really about the fact that someone's grifting and not trying to distinguish some blurred line between their persona and what they sell and the church itself, which is ambiguous itself under this case. The critique is that there is no church they have. There is no church. There is no authority. That's why they're talking to each other. There is no structure. There's no hierarchical structure. There's no body. There's no holy tradition. There's no guidance system. It's just them talking it out in a club, dog. Oh yeah, I've covered him before, like 2 years ago, maybe. Something funny. Maybe a year and a half ago. That's what's weird. There's a dude in here coping about this. It's like, how do you not see this for what it is? Because I bought 3 of Ruslan's sweaters and 1 of his breakdancing shoes. Coparter. Dog. What that is. This is shameful. You gotta be joking, dude. You gotta be joking. How's Myth Vision doing? He's trying real hard to survive out here in these streets. What's he up to?
Because it's a globe. But like the lowest heaven, we're not supposed to be able to go through that without getting through the gates of heavens, not the Jannah heaven, but the keepers of these heavens. But clearly humans have pierced through the atmosphere and way beyond. So how could there be 7 heavens if we're already past the first heaven as described by Islam?
Look, what you're doing is conflating the secondary source.
I bought his men's diary.
Hey Jim Bob, I had the pleasure of meeting one of your mods, Austin DiTullio.
He's the best.
He came over to spray paint a section of gas lines in the basement that gets surface rust due to humidity. He also had to tighten a soap dispenser. I then began to haggle him to fix other random shit in my house unrelated to plumbing.
Nice. That's awesome. Vagine, unfortunately, I know you're lying because there's no way you have a soap dispenser in your house. Sorry. No. Without the joke. No, he's the best. He's the best plumber in the world. That Austin. He, He knows things. He's seen things under houses that nobody can see physically. They can't fit. They literally can't fit. So you got to watch out for that guy. Austin's the type of guy that he's like so jolly and nice, but then like in a bar fight, I can imagine him jumping really high. Like I'm saying, like being able to jump up on someone's shoulders, like fully, like on their whole head, like attacking their whole head. I kind of see that. So maybe one day I'll have the honor and privilege of getting into a bar fight with him as a teammate. You know? I'm scared of him, honestly. He's got that look. Like he can lose it, you know. He's got that look like he has that weird strength that kicks in where he can flip over like a Subaru. Definitely someone you want on your side when you look deep into his eyes. That's for sure. Scary stuff. Scary stuff. Yeah, I could sense it, dude. Well, it's Italian too. It's like you can't. There's some extent that I'm a race realist. It's always like it's never advantages, it's always disadvantages. That's how I'm a race realist. It's the disadvantages that you look at. Okay, let's redeem Ruslan real quick.
O'Connor sat down with Glen Scrivener, and I'm sorry that I got to keep going back to this because there's so much good here for us to extract that I think is hilarious. Okay, so Alex O'Connor's also an emotive, meaning he doesn't believe in objective morality. Most atheists don't believe in objective morality, and he has this conversation. And here's I'll try to summarize this and steelman both of their positions to the best of my ability. Glen Scrivener, who's going to be at the Blessed God Summit speaking today,
who did terrible, by the way, terrible.
Wrote a book called The Air We Breathe.
Dude should be roasted.
And it's inspired in part ideas like stating.
That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great.
Doesn't have this.
That's great. That's great. That's
the most important thing, right? And yet we live in a highly individualistic culture where people don't. They value their family, but not in that kind of way, and we value our own sort of sense of self. But you can imagine an even more individualistic culture that didn't do that at all, and people would still say, "Oh, but it's foundationally Christian." Because look at the way that Jesus said that you should be willing to hate your mother and hate your father and put family. Like it's just so it doesn't matter which way you go. Strong family, anti-family. If we had lived in a world where the abolitionist movement didn't,
you know, we should force these high elite fancy pants people, we should force them to have these conversations in broken, old, stinky, musty garages.
Okay, now,
you know what I mean?
Here's the issue.
It's like, where are you guys? This isn't reality.
With
This is the real psyop, I think. Forget what Ruslan's going to say. Who cares? The reality is the representation of these questions are in these, like, I don't even know. What are you at, a castle? Are you in some castle? It's like, look at, they're so detached from ordinary men. Like, well, we're trying to reach, you know, the ordinary man in Christianity. We got to spread Christianity. Let's have some caviar. It's like, guys, come back down. Come down here. Yeah, well, we'll definitely meet up. I've got a lovely library the size of a frickin' city. We can meet up there and have something. You sit on the felt chair, or sit on the gold leaf chair, and sit across from each other and talk about this stuff.
This point,
let's get into it. Yeah, let's get into it. I do want to know what he was stumped on, though. So
I don't know if Alex understands it. Is Western culture really should go?
Has happened. As an emotivist, I can say yes, but I think I'm expressing emotion there.
Okay. And as an emotivist, what would you have said in 1800 if you were in the House of Commons?
Now, remember, the abolitionist movement is highly driven by Christian. More Christian.
Said in 1800 if you were in the House of Commons and you were called upon, Wilberforce is sick, Alex O'Connor needs to address the abolitionist cause. What would you say from your...
I'm not sure what I would have said. So, I'm not sure if I would have been an emotivist in the 1800s because I don't think the position had been invented yet. So I might have believed in some kind of objective moral principle that I might have appealed to. I might well have been a Christian and appealed to...
In my opinion, debate conceded. Debate conceded. I don't know if I would have been an atheist in the 18. Yes, that's the point. The point is, you're standing on the shoulders of giants to even come to a conclusion of emotivism. I can choose to feel morality. I could choose.
I think the debate ended quicker than that. If you look a little bit closer here. There we go. That's the end of the debate right there. That's what I'm saying. That's what I think. It's the end of the debate right there. They always say that when, the totalitarian governments take over and the first thing they go after are the intellects. And the intellects always say, well, no, that's because we're a threat. We're a threat, and they're scared of what we have to say because we're so good at isolating what's going on. And I'm like, you know what? I'm starting to understand the totalitarian, authoritarian's mindset. It's actually much simpler than that. Why do they go after the intellects? Well, because of this. I mean, why wouldn't you? They'd be like, why? Why are you doing this to us? It's because we know stuff and we write revolutionary works that people read. Nope. Just the way you sit. Just the fact that you're all bundled up in these ornate chairs, separated from hardworking people and the realness of life. Just sitting there, diddling your thumbs. Right to the gulags. I understand. So I'm sorry, any past authoritarian who collected the intellectuals and put them in somewhere, some little bunker or whatever. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you, okay? I had you all wrong. Because they're not going to shovel. They're going to be a problem. They're going to try to get the person they're shoveling next to stop and think and ponder things instead of shoveling. Instead of learning how to weld the fences, they're going to be pondering about the nature of the fire itself and getting people to think in their heads. They're very ineffective when it comes down to we got to get stuff done. You put these people on an island, like Alone or any of those survival shows. You put them on an island and their skill is thinking about stuff, and they sit on the rocks with their legs crossed while everyone else is fishing, hunting boar, sharpening tools, building the hut, building a fire. And they're all, I don't know. Everyone needs to have their intellect stimulated. I'll see you all back at the fire. See you back at the fire about 10 to 8. After you're all done with what you guys do, I'll do what I do. No, we eat you first. Okay? First to die. First to die. That's a lovely fence you're building. I have a question for you. When does a fence become a fence? Is it halfway through? Is it fully done? Is it when the posts are up, but the lateral parts and bits are not assembled yet? Is a fence Is it merely made out of anything that blocks and creates a barrier, or is that a wall? What is the distinction between a wall and a fence? What would you guys do without me? What would you do without me? I'll be here. I'll be here in the morning. Gerald, can you make my bed? Gerald. Gerald. Sam Harris, Bill Maher. Bill Maher is he was always a weird dude, but now that he's in his golden years, he's like, I'm gonna
gonna make a creepy show, a bar in my basement. I'm gonna make a creepy bar in my basement where I talk to young women and give them alcohol. You know?
Big fan of green in all its forms. Get it? And for fellow lovers of, well, green can be around $15. And the bed, I think mostly the good is that they never go away.
Right.
You know, they're always there. And if you want to see Neil, I mean, look, Neil got woke at the expense of science, something I would think I could count on your support.
Right.
I mean, I couldn't, this was on real time, but I don't know if it came up on this show, but I couldn't get him to condemn the Atlantic magazine and I think it was Scientific American, both of whom said separating by sports does not, by sex doesn't make sense.
That was the thing.
Now that to me is the kind of thing that, you know, first attracted me to what you do, like the common sense, like you've got to be kidding. And you know, you and I pretty much lockstep on most things, including like we do not let the left off the hook when they go crazy. That's, I think, a lot of our credibility comes from that. And if you don't think it makes sense to separate sports by sex, and you're the preeminent science teacher in this country.
Right. I forget, so that should have been.
Why does he have a microphone dedicated to pouring the drink?
Clue that was not last month's podcast, because it seems anachronistic to be debating that now.
Everything I'm saying is determined.
Now, but
why? I don't feel like those magazines have retracted it.
Why?
Or that
I don't think. Well, retraction might be asking too much, but I haven't seen anyone defend it of late. I feel like that specific trench is no longer occupied on the left. I mean,
I want to know who designed this room. What is happening? Can we just pause and look at the aesthetic down here? Like, what is this, dude? Is this a little girl's room mixed with, like, I don't know, some creepy 70s dungeon? What is happening in here, dude? I don't get it. Like, what are the words to describe this?
Could be wrong. I mean,
like those chairs,
you know. But where's Gavin Newsom on that? And I feel like everyone's pivoted among known Democrats.
If we're talking about the specific issue,
like trans girls, trans women in sports, in women's sports.
Okay, but this is
these guys are so lost. Like you could actually see their limited paradigm when they think about this stuff. Like they'll never connect any of this stuff to egalitarianism or women voting toward things or the dysfunction of breaking the family, the dysfunction of rejecting a male-led society, rejection of the movement away from church. They never put it together.
This is a somewhat, obviously related, but somewhat different issue. This is saying there's no point even having the NBA and the WNBA because the differences there are only because of cultural norms. That, please, Sam, don't tell me I've lost you. Okay.
If that were true, you should expect the women to eventually just start showing up in the NBA and crushing the guys, or at least hanging with the guys without any problem.
Man, they're so spiritually dead. It's like if extinguished candles had voices. This is what's kind of fascinating about these types is you'll get these like early atheists, like there's a theme here, the Dawkins, this guy, Sam Harris, they hold to some objective truth in regards to descriptive reality. But they arbitrarily determine where they hold on to objective truth. But any further, they're like, no, that's too rigid and narrow. And then too far in the opposite direction, that's too woke. But they never make the connection that the wokeness is a symptom of their very worldview. They never really think this through because this would require them to sort of precept their own view. That's what would happen, right? They go, truth is objective and invariant and it's fixed and we discover it. No, they don't hold that view. But then they arbitrarily go, you guys have gone too far. Look, I'm totally for I'm totally for subverting the truth. I'm totally for lying and justifying my own behavior. But this is too far. This is too far. And Sam Harris is like, we're all determined blobs of pure biological matter. So you're like, why? Wait. Why are you confused that people are delusional then? They're determined to be delusional. And then they try to figure it out. Like they sit over some scotch and they're going to have a deep talk figuring it out, never realizing that the absurdity that they're finally witnessing is the fruits of everything they presented to society just 10 years before. They just missed the whole, now they're redeeming themselves, right? This is pretty ironic considering that Bill Maher likes his women with big hands named Tyrone. This is a nonsense discussion given Sam Harris denies free will. Yeah, it's nonsense. These are gooftards. Absolutely.
It's not worth discussing. It's too
Although I'll tell you one thing. So I don't know if you follow.
I don't know if you know where I got my black jean jacket, but I wear a lot of black to reflect my own blank, dark worldview.
MMA at all, but
I know what it is.
I mean, obviously, men and women should be in separate brackets, and they are, and so that those differences still apply. But the women,
seriously, I don't know how. Who is he? Like, other than his early childhood section, I really don't know how this guy got on the map as someone who talks to people for a living. How did this happen? Like, he paved the way for Lex Friedman. It's so wild. He's uninteresting. He's not captivating in any way. He's not saying anything that's ultimately interesting or groundbreaking as it should be in his field. I don't understand. It's like a reflection. The fact that Sam Harris is popular at all is reflective of an audience, a populace that's already dead. It's so dead. It's so boring. Honest, I gave it a shot. I gave it a shot once again. There's nothing there. It's horrifying. Anywho. They were always dead, yeah. It's even more sad, though, to watch it now because they're in this, like, post-popular phase where they're just kind of, like, at the tail end of what they've done. They're at the tail end of their life and what their works are. And now, to maintain some relevance, they're now joining in and ridiculing the left side who went too far. And yet they have no standard to say it went too far because relativism and determinism and, who are you to say what truth is? So they're all a bunch of, Pontius Pilates talking to each other, asking each other what truth is, while rejecting anything universally, objectively, absolutely the case. And they're surprised at the same time. They're surprised at the outcomes. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. They're just a bunch of fence sitters, honestly. Oh, Professor Dave explains the ethics of veganism. Interesting.
So I'm probably going to pronounce this very incorrectly.
Shout out to Max. If you guys don't recognize, remember Max the mod from Modern Day Debate. I guess he finally got his interview with Professor Dave here.
Yeah, him from India is an agnostic atheist, but wants to talk about veganism and says that veganism is an animal rights movement.
Animal rights.
Okay.
Not animal rights.
Hey, can you hear us? I don't think we can hear yet. Hopefully we'll get that solved pretty soon. I mean, I do have to agree. I think that there's differences between the terms while we wait for the caller to come in voice. There's a big difference between veganism and a plant-based diet. And veganism is definitely an animal rights movement. Oh, hi. How are you? Okay, we can hear you now.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
Yeah. Veganism is definitely an animal rights movement. It's certainly not a health movement.
Yeah, so you are right about it. There is a big difference between animal rights and a plant-based diet. So I want to talk about veganism from more of a rather philosophical aspect, because what I take veganism to be is people have their own core values, right? For example, if you take non-ethics, premise.
Sentient, because there's a lot of different, the degree of sentience, it's a defensible position. I think that you then begin to have to kind of quantify the degree of sentience, right? Is a human sentience worth the same as a dog? Is that worth the same as a termite? Is that right? You know what I mean? Like, because there's a lot of different kinds of animals, and do we assign all of them equal value? But I definitely, like, I eat meat.
Yeah, well, Dave, you're not usually asked this question because you're too retarded to understand it, but you can't even tell me why valuing another human is the appropriate thing to do, that they have any value at all. A degree of sentience? What? There are pigs by that model, have a greater degree of sentience than a week-old baby, dude.
But I try to do it as ethical.
Well, why does sentience mean anything from a view that sentience is merely input-output response? You could mimic sentience by, if sentience is reduced to input-output response, you could make houses sentience.
As possible. I do not like factory farming is hugely unethical. I do not.
Why?
Not want to eat meat from an animal that was tortured and mistreated. I try my best to do like free range and everything. And then you can go.
Why? These guys are so full of shit, dude.
All the way to to show that it's not really about eating meat or not. Like, if an animal died of natural causes, if I was to eat that, I don't think that's.
Are you natural? Are you natural, dummy Dave? How could it be that a human being and everything a human being does is natural, no matter how they killed the animal, it would happen in nature? You know what I'm saying? It's like these people are they're such buffoons.
Unethical at all. That's just using resources that are around me. But to kill an animal, to slaughter an animal.
I'm sorry. It's not. It's just using resources around you. I'm sorry. A human being is a resource around you. Could I use a human being? I mean, this guy's philosophy is so broken.
I agree with you on that. And then certainly the way that we do factory farming and torture animals in mass numbers is hugely unethical.
Why? Why?
So yeah, I agree with everything you're saying, obviously.
Cool. Why is any of that unethical from your view?
There's something you mentioned about the level of sentience. That's actually a really good point. Humans probably, I take sentience to be the ability to have a unique experience. So, for example...
Totally ambiguous. What's a unique experience?
You and me probably have different experiences. Maybe you probably, when you look at a movie, when you watch a movie, like maybe Interstellar or something like that. Your experience might be very different based on your upbringing, whereas my experience might be
because he's right.
A little more mind-blowing. Yours might be more about, hey, well, I didn't like that coloring aspect. So you have a different quality of experience, and so do I.
He would say humans aren't natural, probably, yeah.
So similarly, we do have, yes, animals probably have a different level of sentience, a different quality of sentience. But at the same time, if, let's say, I'm not...
Oh my gosh, dude.
Very convinced of the sentience of insects, by the way. But keeping that aside, since you mentioned...
Me neither. I agree.
Keeping that aside,
Well, it's like they're not really getting into the core here. It's boring as hell. But the core of this is simply, if you were to talk to a vegan, there's some whack job vegan lady who has a funny channel. I forgot her name. When they say sentience, you ask them, is sentience the, quote, ability to have an experience? Is that just sensory input and output? Because if it's just sense input output, you're really not saying anything, because from that view, anything that has any relay capability between the external world and itself and a reaction to it, you'd have to say was sentience. But then again, if that were the case and it was strictly mechanistic, then mimicking that in a computer where there's an input and output, you'd have to say that was an experience. And the problem with this view is that being sentient doesn't give you the next phase of having a thought about a thought. A unique, a commentary internally or an evaluation internally about an experience. The experience is something. Humans have a thought, a further experience about the experience. That's why it's insufficient and nonsensical. Also, it's completely arbitrary. Where do you draw the line of what's a sufficient, quote, experience? Is it a crab? Is it a jellyfish? Is it an octopus? Is it a dolphin? What are we talking about here? And it's just, I think the internet died. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're all here in the midst of the apocalypse of the internet, but look, I'm trying to give everything my best here. Venus flytrap, yeah. Is that sentient? It's reaction. It has some type of meaningful awareness to whatever extent with anything that goes in, right? Also, we're called to, even from an unjustified atheist position, to intervene when someone else is being violated, right? Okay? That's why I bring up bear jail. Do we have a right or some obligation to intervene with the lion who's about to feed its family by, ripping the face off of a zebra? Huh? Many humans don't have thoughts about thoughts. Well, that's true. That's very clearly true. No, it's from their view, though. Like, that's the thing. That's a funny joke, but yeah, it's from their view. What are they gonna say? They say grass screams when you cut it. Oh my gosh. I got a vegan. See, is it still on my channel actually? I got a vegan to affirm house rights. Do I still have that up on my channel? Let me see if I can find that. These people are nuts, dude. Nut jobs. Vegan. Where is it? Maybe it's not up. I don't even know. I thought it was up. Here's some chick. It could be behind. It could be members only, actually. I don't know. I'll save it for later. It's pretty funny, though. She was like, yeah, no, I affirm house rights. I totally affirm house rights. That's cool. And I was like, so a house... So a house could vote, a collection of houses could vote out the humans in a suburb. Oh, that's funny. You guys get out of here. Anywho, it's 3:05. It might be time to send you guys on your way. Another lovely stream. Tomorrow I'm going to be looking at Jonathan Pajou. Jonathan Pajou, he's my buddy. I've invited myself over to his house many times. So much so that he made my own bunk bedroom. We stay up into all hours of the night, eating fruit roll-ups. Holy fruit roll-ups. And we talk about the symbols of a pillow and why it's the shape of a small, fluffy tomb. And it's like every night you lay in a type of comfortable tomb. And it's like every day is a representation of a resurrection. And you stand up and you arise from a type of death as a new body in the morning. Take a big old piss. If you're lucky. And it's like, what's for breakfast? It's like the question itself assumes that you did a type of fasting as well. And that's what I love about going over to Jonathan Pajou's house, even when he's not there. And perhaps he never knew I was there to begin with, which makes it all the more interesting. That's why I leave little notes around the house. Still don't know to this day whether he knows it was me. JBP as a vampire is pretty funny. He doesn't kill people by biting into their neck. He just leans forward, and the chick with the exposed neck thinks he's going to bite her, but he just gets really close and talks her head off until she dies. Just like awkwardly for like 15 minutes. He's just like leaning in for the bite. And he does have sharp teeth and everything, but he just keeps stopping the bite with a preface. He keeps prefacing the bite. And finally the chick just does it herself. She's like, I'm done with this. Just keeps whispering. Yeah, he keeps whispering nonsense. It's like, what is death? It's like if I bite you and take your soul right now, and you give me your blood in some type of demonic offering. It's like you live forever. It's like, what does that mean? It's like, is it a blessing to live forever in a temporal state? I say not. People often say, he's still leaning over. People often say that dying and going to heaven sounds like a type of hell. Anything eternal sounds to them like a type of hell. What they like is the change. They like the variety of experiences. It's like, what is it to experience all good all the time? What is it to choose only between multiple goods? What is it to be eternally oriented toward God? And the problem with this view is she's all and he's still leaning over. He doesn't even look at her though. He's just still hunched over about to bite her. The problem with this view is it's judging a concept of eternality with God from the lens of temporality. And it's like, stop doing that. It's like, it's adding a bunch of stuff from the here now into the not here now. If there's a time and a place that transcends times and places, how are you going to conceptualize it? It's unintelligible. It doesn't mean it's not true. And that's not good. And so what this sort of manifestation of this inverted eternal world of vampires
is perfectly suitable for the materialist because it grants them some conception of eternality that they could get behind. That's why transhumanism and living forever is such a popular thing today. Makes sense. Yeah, he's still doing this while about to bite her. Yeah, she just falls over from just the death blow of listening to him into his coffin. Well, that was a rude way to end the conversation. I didn't even sink my teeth in. Looks like I sharpened these buckos for no good reason. I guess I'll drink your blood later, but I've got to get somewhere. I'm supposed to do a podcast. It's like, how long is forever? It's like, what if we run out of blood? No one's ever thought about this. Is it really living forever if it's dependent on the blood of the dead, of the living? It's like that's a deep philosophical question that runs in vampirical circles. Some of us sit around talking about this stuff while other people are hunting humans. And it comes up a lot, perhaps too much. The question of, is this a Faustian deal? It's like the promise of living forever should be unconditional, but it's not. It's conditioned on the if there's enough blood, which is ironic because what you need is people who are mortal living forever for you to live forever. Doesn't make any sense. It's like if you take the Jungian archetypical approach as a lens of looking at the vampire and what it represents. It represents the type of relationship that the mother has when she holds resentment against the child. The child in this case would be the true vampire, taking from her her lifeline, her blood, her resources, her energy. And it's horrifying to look at your own child and to transpose the image of an evil fang-toothed bloodsucker. And the kind of torment that and weight that puts on the mother is unbearable, often ends in tragedy. Bucko. It's like, clean your coffin, bucko. And it's like, once you think about it, the vampirical paradigm doesn't break the cycle of life, even though it inserts immortality. It's a sort of false sense of forever, which most of my talks evoke. That's the thing. The other problem with this is, even though you intuitively move away from vampiricism because it's disgusting, it partly reflects a true nature of consumption. In this case, the Christian paradigm, a type of consumption that's good. The blood and the flesh of God himself, sold to you packaged differently, inverted in a temporal sense. You know? Which sows a type of disgust in the mindset of people, which serves as a demonic sort of moving, an element that moves you away from the truth. This is why it's an often a common phenomenon, especially in the West, that when you present the conception and the possibility that God, the God-man himself, can be consumed, what it does, it's designed to draw up associations to something disgusting. The same way pornography draws up something disgusting when you look at a woman. And that's the true fight. That's the true spiritual warfare that's going on in the world. You know? It's like, let's say someone makes you laugh. And you don't give back by giving them a super chat. It's like, who's the real vampire here? Who's got the coffin? It's like, it's not me. Look in the mirror, bucko, even though you're not allowed to, I think, because you're a vampire. Which is another element of symbology that I like to talk to my friend Jonathan Pajou, who doesn't realize I'm in his house right now because he's away, because I follow him on Twitter. You do? You do? It's like there's something that should be said. I knew one vampire and I invited him to a liturgy and he ran like hell. And I said, well, that doesn't make much sense. Why are you so afraid? You're welcome. Look in the mirror, bucko. What do you see? Exactly. Nothing. That's deep. That's a deep, archetypical, symbolic truth that permeates all through the vampirical literature. And it's for a purpose. It's to say your personhood has no existence. Your ontic doesn't exist. It's an illusion. You're not capable of self-reflection. There is no personhood. You've become an it. You've become Elon Musk's son. You know? You know. Anyways, hope you got a good kick out of that, you know? You know? You know? It's like, what is Mooney? It's like that. It is the mode of which that represents the labor or the service that already existed that can be traded in the future with a potentiality of labor and service in the future. But I'm a vampire. Money doesn't do me any good. What does is a nice blood milkshake. My milkshake brings all the vampires to the yard, and they're like, that's right. Do vampires have, like, exit greetings or whatever? Like, when they leave? They don't say, I'll be back, right? That's just... Don't even get me started on Buffy. Or Twilight. It's like a false dichotomy. It's like they sell you on this notion that the girl has to choose between bestiality and necrophilia.
And all of these young girls eat it all up. And not only that, but they present the young girl as close to a Down syndrome person as you could possibly conceive of without the physicality of the face. And it's like, this is you, they're saying. This is you. You're a dumb lady. You're a lost girl with a dumb look in your eye. Your only choices in society are a dead person or an animal. They do it on purpose. You know? There's just too many bloody vampires, bucko. Do they say adieu? Do they say toodaloo? Toodaloo. You know? Adios. Bye-bye, blood pouch. All right. I'm going to lose my voice. I'm out of here. Ta-da. Ta-ta. Buenos Aires. Buenos... They say blah. All right, y'all. Enjoy yourself. What do we got? Grandpa Gaming. Fearless Truth. Let me go over to Chris. All right, y'all. Hope you had a good time over here. Appreciate you. I might have to go back in. I have to go look. All right. You knew? All right, y'all. Thank you, everybody who supported today, and we'll get your stickers printed and shipped to you ASAP. Go get yourself a energy drink, and have a good rest of your blessed day. Talk to you. Don't latch. Don't latch. All right. That's it for me. You guys are awesome. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. We will be doing Peugeot tomorrow. Well, I'll probably, with enough super chatted questions. Yeah, let's do that. Tomorrow, bring all of your questions to not just Jordan Peterson, to Vampire Peterson, okay? It's a lot more like stuff I can go through audio-wise. So let's get a rich data set of Peterson stuff. So think about your questions tonight as we review Peugeot. Super chat your questions to Vampire Peterson, okay? We'll make it a thing. With that said, have a good rest of your day. God bless you all.
Jimmy Crack on, and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, only what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy Crack on, and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. That's another soldier got caught. On it what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.